والصلاة.
In the name of Allah, may the peace of Allah be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Mr. Speaker of House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the President of the Social, Economic and Environmental Council, Madam President of the Human Rights Council, Mr. President of the Higher Council of Education, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, the General Director of CESE, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of international organizations, Excellencies, Parliament members, Excellencies, members of the professional chambers of the Parliament, presidents of territorial to achieving recommendations, practical recommendations to help implement the social protection programs in a way that would create a more equitable and good society for all citizens. In conclusion, I would love to thank the government members, also the president of all institutions, diplomats, representatives of United Nations bodies, agencies, with all protocols observed for coming to participate in this forum. I also extend my thanks to the presidents of territorial collectivities, president of professional chambers of the Parliament, and all participants taking part in this event. I would like also to extend my thanks to the deans and presidents of universities, faculties. I would love also to thank experts who have come from a long distance countries to take part in this event. I also would love to thank media colleagues who are now covering this forum for the benefit of everybody. And thank you very much for your careful listening. We now listen to the speech and the statement of the head of the government, which is going to be presented by somebody on the behalf of the head of the government. In the name of Allah, may the peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Mr. Speaker of the House of Councillors, Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Sir President of the Social, Economic and Environmental Council, ladies and gentlemen with protocols observed. I am pleased to take part in this high-profile forum with regard to social justice. In its ninth edition, which focuses on social protection in Morocco, a development vision in line with international conventions and standards. There is no doubt that the institutions and experts coming together to participate in this forum will, of course, and definitely contribute to the richness of this discussion in order to improve and enhance the capital or the human capital. There is no doubt the social protection project that was launched by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may Allah assist him, is a cornerstone within a royal vision, a comprehensive vision that aims to enshrine a more equitable country that encompasses all citizens. And within this vision, we have considered or we have adopted this program, the Social Protection Program, an important pillar which reflects our keenness to ensure equality among all citizens. Therefore, our meeting today is an opportunity to talk and to exchange in order to reinforce social states and also to talk about the achievements that we have achieved in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about social protection is a big project, of course, that enhanced the well-being of citizens and ensuring the rights to benefit from healthcare services, to benefit from social security, pension schemes, and so on and so forth. And within this ambitious vision, our government is following the steps, the right steps in order to ensure the social protection for all citizens and countries. And in this vein, we are going to present you the steps taken by this government in order to achieve these programs and also to provide you with the results that we have achieved, which is an evidence of close coordination among all stakeholders. The government is working in this regard. So in order to implement the royal instructions in this regard, the government made social protection as one of its biggest priorities, believing that all Moroccans, without any exception, regardless of their professional status, social status, they have the right to benefit from an equitable social protection. At a time when this social protection was limited to a certain segment of societies. Ladies and gentlemen, this project required big work and big efforts to review all flaws and problems that had jeopardized the social protection programs. So the government has worked in order to enable all citizens to benefit from health services and health coverage systems through Amu Tadamun, and for the benefit of about 11 million people. Now, the people who cannot pay for their care services, now they are able to benefit from the mandatory health services, and this program made it for free for them to benefit from all healthcare services. And during the last year, we treated about more than 500,000 cases, which reflects the commitment of the government to make it equitable for everybody to benefit from health services. And in this regard, in order to help citizens to benefit from medicines, about 43,000 prescriptions were carried out, which reflects the keenness of the government to cater for the needs of all citizens. With regard to paying back the expenses, we have achieved great results. And for the bills, we have achieved a lot, which reflects the improvement, the tangible improvement with regard to enhancing and improving hospitalization services, which enshrine the right to health services. And in order to make it sustainable, to make this project sustainable, the government mobilized the necessary funding, and the government was responsible for taking care of the expenses for the people who cannot pay their contribution duties, with a budget of 9.5 billion dirhams. The government has worked tirelessly in order to expand the mandatory health coverage, which, and in this regard, we enabled professionals to benefit from this after achieving or after adopting a participatory approach, which resulted in 22 regulatory decrees in a very short period of time. And in order to enhance the social security fund indicators, we have worked in order to exempt all non-salaried or self-employed personnel. We exempt them from paying their contribution duties because they can't do that. And in this regard, the number of members of TNS reached more than 7 billion, 1.7 million people, and this falls within the framework of achieving our results. And the beneficiaries achieved about 3.9 million people, which is a very good result. The National Security, the Social Security Fund treated daily 5,000 files, which reflects the effectiveness of the system to respond to the needs of our citizens, with a budget of 3 billion dirhams. And ladies and gentlemen, in addition to what I have mentioned, the government has launched a communicative campaign in order to improve the situation of self-employed people. And we have mobilized all the potential in order to facilitate the subscription in order to make the system more sustainable. The government has also worked to adopt comprehensive ammo as a new alternative to enable the people who can pay the contribution, especially those who cannot, who are not having any job, and this is in line with their eligibility to benefit from this system. And we have made it possible for 181,000 people. And in this regard, the government has established a technical committee in order to follow up and monitor this project. And we held monthly meetings in order to assess our achievements. And this technical committee has met more than 30 times in order to assess the achievements. And in order to improve the situation, the government has worked to make new committees and to strengthen its human resources by creating more than 400,000 positions, and to assign or to create more than 400 agencies in addition to more than 45,000 mobile agencies. And we have created 2,000 focal points to receive the files of mandatory health coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, we believed since the beginning that in order to generalize social protection in our country could be done only, it could be successful only if we have enough infrastructure and good infrastructure in order to accompany this project and to follow up this project. And in this framework, the government has prioritized the improvement of health system based on three fundamental pillars. First, adopt good governance and effective governance for the health sector. Second, focusing on human resources because they are very important for the successful of this. Third, improving the infrastructure, the necessary infrastructure. After completing the legal arsenal by issuing all legal texts following the framework law related to health services, we have worked in order to make it more effective, to make the health sector more effective in a way that would ensure social justice and facilitate the citizen to benefit from all health services. The government has also worked in order to help families. This is within the royal vision of His Majesty the King. May Allah assist him. In this context, we emphasize that the government is determined to put humans and citizens at the heart of our process, because we believe that investing in human resources is the main way in order to make a more equitable and a stronger country. And today we have this very important project that aims to facilitate and improve the well-being of all citizens. And we want to support students and families to provide for their children, in addition to some allowances dedicated to all families and to vulnerable societies. For this project, the families get about 500 dirhams, and it can be, or it can be 1,200 dirhams, with another exceptional allowance at the beginning of the school year, about 300 dirhams for each students that are studying at high school, and 200 dirhams for students who study at elementary school and junior high school. We have another support mechanism to support vulnerable societies, to help them alleviate the burden of buying books and other stuff, and we have made it possible for more than 3 million students. And we also dedicated another support for disabled students. And we have dedicated a special support for widow women to help them cater for their children, in addition to another allowance that was given monthly 500 dirhams to the families who don't have children but having elderly people, so as to alleviate the problems and the difficulties of life. Ladies and gentlemen, after the efforts that we have exerted during the last 3 years, our country now is an example, a unique example with regard to social governance and the quality services provided for the citizens. Since the beginning and the launch of the digital platform in December 2023, we have recorded 12 million beneficiaries. 4 million of them are children, and more than 4 million are elderly people. And this reflects the positive repercussions and consequences of this program. And in order to, and this is to achieve and to enshrine the social state and also to implement the royal vision. And we have covered thousands and millions of families who did not benefit from health coverage. And in order to implement this project, the government has dedicated a big budget, which is estimated to 25 million dirhams. Now it has become 29 million dirhams in order to make it sustainable and also to make it beneficial for the upcoming generation. And we are working in order to make it possible for all citizens. And we have we have signed the regulatory framework in order to make sure that the relevant institutions could be put forward in a good way. So it is just the beginning of a new era of our social state that depends or that is based on the support for the people who need this support, and also to make the state more equitable. And we are going to continue tirelessly in order to improve this program as His Majesty the King wanted to be. And in order to make it more sustainable, we have to work together in order to meet the expectations of all citizens. And we are going to continue working, implementing all programs for the benefit of families, on top of which the direct program to support housing, which helps citizens to buy their house, especially for low and middle income families. And this program has achieved good results. After 1 year since its launch, the applications reached 114,000 applications, and about 50% benefited from this program. Ladies and gentlemen, the success that we made is not a coincidence, has not been done by chance, but it is thanks to the strong political will and the royal vision, and also to the commitment the government is giving this project. And we could, in a short period of time, we could generalize the mandatory health coverage for all citizens, and also to implement the direct social program, which is a very important program with regard to the policies of social protection in our country. And it is now an effective mechanism in order to strengthen social protection and improve the situation of vulnerable families. However, we believe that this project is not the optimal objective. but it is just the beginning of a new era. So our government is committed to achieve more results by putting forward more effective mechanisms and strengthening the governance of this project, and this is in order to make it more sustainable. And thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Minister, on your words that you have delivered on behalf of His Excellency, Head of the Government. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Chamber of Representatives. Speakers, the floor is yours, Your Excellency. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, peace and prayers be on the Prophet and his companions. Your Excellency, the President of the Chamber of Representatives, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Your Excellency, the President of the Social, Economic and Environmental Council, I am honored and pleased to take part in this 9th Forum for Social Justice that the Council of Representatives is making sure to organize it in cooperation with institutional organizations and the stakeholders in the field of social protections, and also in the themes that are covered by the forum. I would like at the beginning to thank His Excellency Mohammed, the President of the House of Representatives, for inviting us to take part in this opening session that tackles a very important topic, and which is of extreme importance in the context of national situation. It is at the core of the attention of the Moroccan families and Moroccan society in general. In this regard, we have to keep in mind that the reason why this topic is now a high topic and a hot topic, and why it is, or it has a strategic position in terms of finance and of planning. The first one to be thanked for that is His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May Allah assist him. He has been keen on making social protection and providing social protection for all the citizens in the core of the development programs and part of democracy and human rights. So, human development and social development have been the main themes in his reign, as He has Majesty ensured that regardless of our gains in terms of democracy, if these gains are not related to social protection, they will be just elements that we can take pictures with. This is why His Majesty is insisting of giving the democracy its humane and social element. This is the main objective of the institutions, and this is the main objective also of social democracy. Communication between these two elements gives the exceptional developmental example that is Morocco. And this has been personalized in the launch of the social initiative for human development that was launched by His Majesty in 2005. These initiatives carried out programs and guaranteed free education and making education a source of improving the social status of individuals, fighting marginalization, also developing the rural areas, until we reach this moment in which we have adopted this mandatory health coverage and social protection, which is governed by the notion of the social state. Ladies and gentlemen, Our country has been successful in providing the constitutional framework, the organizational framework, and the legislative framework for the social protection in all its forms. What is more important than that is that our country has the will to improve the situation, and in the forefront the will of His Majesty and his vision of the development that is based on society. And it is clear through the legislatives and through the draft laws that have been adopted by the Moroccan Parliament since the 1970s related to social protection, and which are 138 draft law and 29 laws in the current mandate of this government. Some of them are establishing two new laws, and some of them are modifying laws in order to emphasize and stress on the importance of the social state and social coverage. Regardless, this system, which has achieved a lot of things, is still facing very strong challenges, including, first, the challenge of financing and finding sources of finance, and also the lack of resources facing these amount of challenges. Another thing is the increasing number of people in need of this social protection, which requires from us to be creative and to find finance and resources in a creative way through finding a way to have generations of citizens work together, and also to make those who have low income productive, and to allow them to benefit from social protection, and to make them spend less on those social protection. If 50% is coming from the contributions of individuals, the public effort to finance the rest represent that we are finding creative way to find the resources, and that we are engineering public spend in a good and proper way. It also indicates that our country is on the right way. However, this requires from us to enlarge the base of contributors in order to strengthen the system and to improve the quality of its services. Another thing, there is this challenge related to sustainability, especially because of the demographic pyramid, which create differences between the size of contributions and those who are going to benefit from social protection, whether it is related to pension, health care, or support to those who are in need and who deserve it. There is a third challenge, which is the bodies and institutions that are in charge of social protection and who are involved in these social elements, which this could affect the effectiveness of the system, and may not allow us to achieve our ambitions. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, regarding social protection and that guarantees dignity and embraces the feeling of patriotism, this requires us to be more productive and to encourage people to be more productive, especially those who can, and to create more confidence and trust in the national institutions and entities, and enhance this coherence that is of great importance for us as Moroccans. There is no doubt that the success and the sustainability of this success requires more good governance and providing easy access to the system, more and better communication with citizens. This is encouraged today and facilitated by new technologies, of course, and the keenness of the stakeholders to provide the services and to make them as part of our national solidarity. This follow-up work that we have done has resulted great results and has shown great results despite the fact that it is a new system. Another thing, in order to enlarge the base of contributors, is to improve the quality of the services so that the citizens can feel the improvement on their lives. The public investments carried out, that are being carried out or that have been carried out, especially in hospitalization, whether be it small, medium or large, has to be improved. Our country's keenness on improving its healthcare systems is in line with these efforts and objectives. In closing, I would like to stress that social protection, being a royal project, is not only related to the legislative and governmental mandate. It is a national project. It is the ambition of a nation that it is being carried out by the will and the keenness of His Majesty, in addition to the effort of the local authorities in line with the vision of His Majesty. We have to all work together in order to guarantee its success, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now give the floor to the President of the Economic, Social and Environment Council, which is a partner in organizing this forum. I have a problem. I can't speak while sitting. That's why I'm standing here. Mr. Speaker of House Representatives, Speaker of House of Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Ministers, the Director of ESISCO, Presidents of Territorial Collectivities, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen with protocols observed. I'm pleased to be a part of this forum in the opening session of this forum. This annual forum, which is a very good opportunity for us in our council. We as a council, we are very honored and pleased to be organizing this forum in partnership with the House of Councillors within the framework of fruitful coordination for both of our institutions. This forum focuses on the generalization of social protection because it is very important. This project is very important and unprecedented in the development process of our country. And it is considered a fundamental pillar for the principles of social state, and it is necessary to enable the citizens to be resilient against all shocks, given that it is one of the most important mechanisms of automated stabilization in the face of all shocks. And it is clear that our country is working and moving forward in a good way in order to make health services a right to everybody, regardless of their professional or social status. Ladies and gentlemen, given the royal vision and since the adoption of the relevant framework law related to social protection in 2021, our country has been working and has been taking the necessary measures in order to achieve this objective strategy, or the strategic objective, especially at the level of the health coverage programs and direct support allowances. In order to operationalize this framework law, it is important to highlight the following points. the compulsory medical insurance members reached 87% compared to 60% in 2020. About 11.4 million citizens benefit now from Amotadamun, which is for the benefit of vulnerable families, with an estimate budget of 10 or 11 billion dirhams. About 9 families by September 2023, they benefit from the social direct support with an estimated budget about 24 billion dirhams. And the year of 2025 is going to be a very crucial phase within the framework of this project, because it is the last year of the implementation of this project in line with the provisions of the framework law, which requires us, of course, to exert efforts in order to enshrine the achievements and to continue operationalizing all the provisions of this law, framework law, in order to enlarge the base of the beneficiaries to include more 5 million people from the active population, and also to generalize the compensation for loss of employment in order to make social protection more inclusive and more equitable. Ladies and gentlemen, our council is keen to focus on the social aspects of our country by putting forward a comprehensive strategy that protects all individuals, all citizens from childhood to elderly ages. In this framework, our council has issued a number of resolutions, amongst of which reviewing the pension system in 2014. We have made this opinion, and also a report of social protection with regard to the social protection programs in 2018. Another opinion that we have issued about the loss of employment in 2021. We have issued also an opinion about the security and safety in employment in 2021. We have made other important things in 2022, and in 2024 we have taken important measures in order to talk about or to focus on this social protection program and compulsory medical insurance for all citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, if the results of this project are positive, given the tangible improvement that we have made, I believe, however, that we still face a lot of challenges and problems that require us to deal with in order to ensure the success of this project. First, with regard to the medical coverage, about 8 million of citizens don't benefit from compulsory medical insurance, either because they are not a member of this project, or maybe because they are within what we call closed rights. For the budget or the contributions that the members pay every month still high. Sometimes they pay 50% of the general expenditures for the services, which pushes some members to stop benefiting from health services for budget reasons. And for Amotadamun, for self-employed who benefit from Amotadamun program, In 2023, we have made good progress, but other systems of social protection still suffer and struggle with. This is due to the budget deficiency. And for AMO Tadaman program for self-employed people, we have achieved great results. But for the members and also to pay the health services expenditures. And also in this regard, I would like to say that the expenditures for compulsory medical insurance, they are paid for treatment and hospitalization. About 57 goes for private sector. And for KNOPS, 48%, and for self or 84%. And that means that most of the expenditures are taken or given or paid to the private sector, which is a problem for us. And this is because the weakness of the private sector or the public sector hospitals. And it is noted that the average of the expenditure of one file in private sector sometimes exceeds the private sector by 5 times. And this is because of the compulsory treatment protocols. Sometimes the expenditure or the expense is very high, which impacts this program, the program related to compulsory medical insurance. And we have talked about this with the Speaker of the House of Representatives. For the direct support, it is still difficult to achieve because it's still a challenge, and we have to alleviate this challenge in order to make this program successful and to make it more effective. Another point with regard to the pension schemes. Pension schemes face problems with regard to sustainability and budget, given that some individuals don't benefit equally from the pension system. And we have to take into account the demographic changes of our country, the speedy changes that were revealed in the last statistics that we carried out in Morocco, especially with the aging society that we are having in Morocco, and also the decrease of birth rates. This puts an extra burden on the pension schemes, which requires us to work together and exert more efforts to make it more balanced and to make it more sustainable for the long-term period. And in fact, when we see the fertility rate, 1.97 children per each family, which is a low rate. This poses 2 problems. The first problem, we have a demographic privilege because we are noticing a decrease in the youth population. So now we have to say that probably we are facing an aging society which poses big problems for pension schemes. Another point with regard to the compensation for loss of employment. In this regard, we face a number of challenges, amongst which facilitating the eligibility conditions to benefit from the compensation, and also to align the compensation with the living conditions and the living expenses. Ladies and gentlemen, the reforms or the project of social protection is not going to be a short-term reform, but it requires us to carry out studies ongoing studies for the long term and for the middle term as well. And this is in order to perfectly implement this project for achieving the humanitarian or the humane results which will improve our society. So with regard to expanding the compulsory medical insurance, our council recommends that we put forward a unified system that is based on solidarity and coordination among all insurance systems or insurance companies by putting forward two options, optional and complementary. And we have also to work parallelly to strengthen the private sectors, hospitals, and to improve the infrastructure of the public sector. And later, we will come up with practical recommendations in order to implement our recommendations and our propositions by my colleague Fouad Ben Sadiq. Second, with regard to the direct social support, our council emphasizes in order to make this program successful, we have to focus particularly on paying great attention to the consumption of flour and to also to make sure or to ensure that the data are credible instead of making beneficiaries more economically independent. With regard to the expand the membership of pension schemes, we recommend that we unify all the schemes by putting forward the fundamental and mandatory system that would target individuals who exceed the threshold of the mandatory scheme for the compensation for the loss of employment. Our council recommends the improvement or to improve the conditions to benefit from this mechanism, especially for the self-employed people, taken into account the particularities of all segments of societies. These are some important points that our council believes that they will be very important in achieving and ensuring the success of this project, the project of the generalization of social protection in our country. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you very much for your endeavors taking also in line with the our two chambers and two houses here. So we are working together in order to implement this big project of social protection in our country. And now give the floor to Dr. Salim bin Mohammed, the director of CESE. The floor is yours.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise to Allah and peace and prayers be on His Prophet. Your Excellency, President of the House of Representatives, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, President of the House of Speakers, Your Excellency, the President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, Your Excellencies, MPs, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. And a long-standing justice is better than a long-standing charity. It is a lesson that we have learned from those with long experience. It is a lesson that has been transferred to us from previous generations that insist on the value of justice and in its most esteemed values, this justice. And justice in its social meaning, it is a responsibility of mutual solidarity. It is a responsibility not only for the leaders and not only for one person in charge. This is why we had to work together and to collect our forces, to sacrifice together and to be creative together in order to establish social protection and social justice and to provide a safe environment for this social protection to be protected within itself. In a similar week last year, we were here to talk about justice, and 1 year later, here we are again talking about the notion of justice and social justice within this beautiful place, and there are a lot of elements that have to be taken into consideration, including taking into consideration the timing of itself, because timing represents the commitment to work, especially by those who are in charge and those who are working to improve the situation of people and improving their living or livelihood and also enhancing their ambitions. The other elements that we should take into consideration is this commitment towards social justice to make it a pillar in the policies and a message within itself. In addition to that, what can we expect from the citizens? What are actually the citizens expecting from these legislative institutions, but to be caring for their interests, but to be protecting and planning for the well-being of everyone? And this is the core and the heart of social justice. It is then a day that allows us to see again our policies and measure the differences between the last and this year. And we can see that internationally speaking, we can see that the gap is becoming bigger between those who have and those who don't have anything at all. And I believe that you have seen the reports that were issued in Europe, which are expecting the strong powers to lead the international policies as they are known, the government of petty bourgeoisie, and the improvement, or actually the signs are indicating that the capitalists are becoming more influential and they are actually becoming in the positions of power. This development is a result of this gap that we have mentioned, the gap between the poor societies and rich societies. International report indicates that only 20% of the people who are rich gain multiple times, hundreds of times more than the 20% of the world. The cost of living has increased by 75%, and unfortunately, that the Islamic world countries are unfortunately represented by some dark colors in the graph and chart. Around 37% of Muslims living in Islamic countries live in a poverty situation, which represent 500 million people, and it is 39% of the international percentage. Despite the report indicating the progress of certain Islamic countries in the developmental rent, which has achieved almost 4% of an increase, however, the certain situations and the current situations forces us to pay great attention to the future. Certain policies of development and social justice in our Islamic countries have failed to achieve their objectives because the plans are not transparent enough, are not implemented in a proper way, and they are actually a proof and an evidence that if we are importing other examples from other countries, it's that they are not working. If we are to work wisely and to base our work on scientific work, we should adopt other plans. I don't believe that we are thinking outside the box, but are we willing to sacrifice the box itself in order to improve our way of thinking, in order to learn better, in order to have alternatives? Can we take the initiatives ourselves? Our societies before the Prophet were societies that were characterized by lack of justice, but they knew the difference between proper enrichment and bad enrichment, and they guaranteed the dignity for everyone. This is why the Prophet had a message to provide the best values, these values related to improving the situations of everyone and helping those in need. And as you know, in Islamic belief, it's not a Muslim that he who sleeps with a full belly and his neighbor is hungry. And I believe that the time will be our judge, and that we have to look proudly to our past in order to learn from it. We are saying that in the Kingdom of Morocco, this country that enjoys stability, unity, and solidarity, while the others are actually living in a situation that is characterized by instability. It is the same society that is being hit with the imbalances existing in the world. Of course, there are those who are suffering, but reality shows that there is awareness of the problem and there is a way to work on it. There are people who are writing about the situation, those talking about the situation, and there are those who are listening to those talking and writing about the situation. And I believe that this program reflects the genuine will to work on and improve the situation. We can only praise these initiatives that have been launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, in which he establishes a solidarity spirit among its people, and that will improve the situation of everyone and improve the social situations, establishing a new way of dealing with the social state. This is a vision that those working on will be the winners. In the CESE and working on the social and humanitarian conditions, we employ all our efforts in order to learn from successful stories. The vision, the enlightened vision of His Majesty is seeking to provide equality and to take all the measures to provide equality for men, women, despite their ages, and to create and to have equity, especially in terms of salaries, also providing encouragement for workers, for employees, and this will lead us to the justice and just state. This is an example for the other members that Morocco can be taken as an example. I thank you very much, and I thank you for your listening. Peace be upon you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now the floor is to the President of the ILO, and Madam Aurela Segati will deliver the statement on his behalf. The floor is yours, Madam.
Monsieur le Président de la Chambre, Monsieur le
representatives of the Chamber of Councillors,
اسمحوا لي أن أخاطبكم
I want to speak to you about the fundamental
هذا الموضوع المهم جدا، موضوع الحماية الاجتماعية، والذي يحظى بأهمية دولية وإقليمية خاصة في هذه التحديات الاقتصادية الكبيرة
auxquels nous sommes confrontés aujourd'hui à l'échelle mondiale est l'élargissement de l'accès à la protection sociale. Une question qui est à la fois une exigence de...
It is at the same time an issue of economic stability and of peace in essence. 3.5 billion people in the world, i.e. more than 48% of world population has no protection, no social protection at all. And this deficit leads to vulnerabilities and limits the resilience of as compared to crisis. In Africa, the situation is very worrying. Less than 20% of the population benefits from social security. And in Africa, labor is often informal, and in the protection of women, youngsters, and migrants is a major issue. However, Africa has to strengthen its systems of social security and to encourage inclusion and the fight against poverty. Morocco is a model as to certain reforms, but also faces challenges. In application of the recommendations of the King, major progress has been made, but a large number of workers remain still excluded from these reforms. Morocco started an important reform of social security, notably AMO, the reform of pensions, the improvement of allowances in case of loss of jobs. There needs to be a more equitable system of social security for all citizens. I would like to remind you of the norms of the ILO. ILO plays a major role in establishing norms. They are not just theoretical reference, but they are guidelines meant to inspire politicians in the field of social security. The Convention number 102 on minimal standards for social protection is a major framework for social protection. This convention defines the main principles that should govern all systems of social security, whether medical or protection against labor accidents. Also, the principle 202 is an important resource for those countries who want to elaborate systems of social security that's more inclusive. They aim at including also women, informal laborers, and youngsters. It is necessary to take into account the diversity of methods and approaches for the implementation of reforms. There's also a need for coherence with social policies, economic policies, and the policy of employment, and cohesion of those organizations that are in charge of social protection. Morocco has made important efforts and is in an ideal position to align these funds with the international standards. ILO aims at respecting the international norms of labor. In Morocco, OIT is committed to apply operational reforms, notably with regard to actuarial modification. This is essential to ensure the financial viability of the system, in particular for the major axes of reform in Morocco. ILO has started to cooperate with the Ministry of Economy and Finance and with the Ministry of Health and Social Protection to provide financial provisions and technical analysis for those reforms. It makes it possible to make a simulation of the different policies of social security to assess the financial implications. This will make it possible for reforms to be ambitious and sustainable. We also have tech experts to assist the Moroccan expert to elaborate these measures. ILO cooperates with the UN agencies to harmonize efforts, optimize resources, and make sure that these reforms are coherent with ODDs, notably 10 and 1. I would like to also draw your attention on the fact that our efforts are beyond technical assistance. We will help Morocco to elaborate an adequate system. We will assist in establishing social dialogue to guarantee that these reforms will benefit to the entire Moroccan society. In conclusion, I would like to congratulate Morocco on their path towards social security and social reforms. And now my organization is ready to accompany Morocco on this track. Social security should not be a privilege, but a universal right that is available to all citizens, whatever their situation or their status. International norms and the operational support of ILO are important for Morocco to achieve its objectives. Together, we will be able to create a social protection system for all, and that will guarantee a fairer future for all the citizens. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam. Statement. And now we have come to the end of this opening session. And before we get into the first thematic session, I ask you and invite you now to go to a coffee break for 15 minutes. Please respect the time dedicated for this break so as to go back to our thematic session and to be able to finish our work at the right time.
Bismillah.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, peace and prayers be upon the Prophet and his companions. Your Excellencies, President of public institutions, Your Excellencies, MPs, Your Excellencies, Presidents of elected institutions, in your name, we open the first session of the 9th International Forum on Social Protection, which tackles the general framework of social protection system in the Kingdom of Morocco and the challenges of adapting national legislations to international standards. To re-stress our commitment to the social protection and this commitment to the efforts led by the United Nations and the ILO to empower and improve the social protection programs in line with the human right internationally, and this session will include will tackle certain elements related to Morocco's ratification of the international conventions and also the constitution of the Kingdom of Morocco that emphasizes on the importance of social protection, the Moroccan legislations that put forward the adapting the national legislations to international standards in line with the initiatives of adopting and implementing the social and social justice state that has been launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, which represent a step forward in Morocco. However, the project of generalizing social protection in Morocco is still facing challenges in terms of adopting national legislations to the content of international conventions. In addition to that, there are some future challenges related to improving the level of the services, also the administrative element, and improving the digital services, unifying the systems, and other challenges. We can say that the number of questions that we will be debating will be related to 8 elements as follows. The first one, how can we adopt the current Moroccan legislations to the international standards of social protection? How can we unify and simplify the legal framework of social protection to adopt overlapping of laws? How can we interpret the concept of social protection in line with the international standards? And what are the strategies, the good strategies actually, to raise awareness of the social protection and its benefits? How can we guarantee proper coordination of the government institutions in charge of implementing the social justice? How can we include rural areas and informal sector in the social protection? What are the good practices and the good examples of the internationally in line with the international conventions and articles 102, and how can we work together with the ILO in order to guarantee a better implementation of the social justice element? In order to answer these questions and provide and propose solutions for these challenges, we will listen to four speakers, and the first speaker will be His Excellency the Minister of Health and Social Justice, and it will be delivered by the Secretary General of the Ministry, Mr. Belafke. The floor is yours, sir. I believe we'll go to the second speaker, and I give the floor to Her Excellency Amina Bouayash, the President of the National Human Rights Council. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
صباح الخير مرحبا.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers who organized this international forum in its 9th edition. And thank you for inviting the Council to talk about this important topic that is considered important by our Council. So we have an ad hoc committee that is following and monitoring the general policies related to this very important topic. I would like to remind you that the Council of Human Rights works based on two foundation, the international conventions and the Moroccan constitution. Social protection for us is considered an important element and an important right to human beings, and our government was committed to this project by 2025. Before I share with you some of the challenges and the concerns that we have noticed at the level of our council, I would like to remind you of some international principles that promote social protection. And compared to these conventions and principles, we measure our success. The first thing is the International Declaration of Human Rights that enshrines the right to social protection. And we have also the International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights in its Articles 9 and 10 to promote social protection in all its forms. And also we have the ILO, which is important in this regard. And we have also the objectives of 2030 for Sustainable Development Goals. And here I focus on the third goal that stipulates the importance of having a social protection system that would be helpful and available for everybody. And it is important to combat poverty and reduce social differences. The convention, the international convention, especially 102 issued by the ILO concerning the social protection, it talks about the minimum standards of social security. They talk about medical compensation, compensation for elderly, compensation for work accidents, family allowances, maternity compensation, and also the support to vulnerable people. These are some of the elements of social protection as stipulated by the International Labour Organization. Based on this, I would like to talk to you and interact with you about the project of social protection for Morocco. The Kingdom of Morocco has launched a number of measures and steps with regard to social protection in the last 3 decades, which did not come to force until 2021, when His Majesty the King Mohammed VI launched this project, the project of social protection, not as a social protection project only, but it is a structural project to help improve and enhance human development in Morocco. The framework law is an important step toward implementing this project. As I said, our council is following since 2021, is following through our annual reports. We follow the success of this project that is witnessing its final phase this year, especially with its 4 pillars, which are stipulated in the framework law. The first pillar is the compulsory medical insurance. Second, family allowances. Third, expand membership of pension schemes. And finally, 4, compensation for loss of employment. If we notice positively the improvement with regard to this project, especially at the level of the increased number of beneficiaries, our council highlighted some of the challenges that we noted either by the complaints we received or by the daily monitoring. We noticed these problems during the last 4 years. First of all, the problems faced by citizens to subscribe to the National Security Fund, because the fund sometimes considered them not eligible. And this is probably, and this is what I suggest to you, we need to scrutinize and to increase the number of beneficiaries from this program. Second, complete the transition from RAMID system to compulsory medical insurance system. We have noticed that some people did not transition well from RAMID to the compulsory medical insurance. This is because maybe they did not complete the file or the documents needed, and sometimes for other reasons. Maybe we, in line with the House of Councillors, maybe we can help in this regard, so as to be able to complete the subscription of those people and the transition of those people to the compulsory medical insurance. The third objective, ensuring the sustainability of this project, especially when we noticed that a number of people, great people, they could not meet the eligibility standards to benefit from this program. And the law made it mandatory for them to benefit from that, but the reports show otherwise. So the Council, in this regard, received a number of complaints related to the cutting of the allowances given to families, and we believed, in our opinion, that those families are vulnerable, and I think we have to continue supporting them and providing them with allowances. And family allowances are very important and necessary, but we have to think about how to expand the base of this system. Fourth, we have spatial differences, and do we notice that it is reflected in the number of beneficiaries from the social protection, especially among the rural area populations. Fifth, the weakness of the public infrastructure, which sometimes might lead to the deprivation of a big segment of society to benefit from the right to health care services, regardless of the fact that they are members of compulsory medical insurance. Six, the inability of some people to benefit from social programs because or due to the fact that they don't have enough information, or maybe they are ignorant of how to apply and how to benefit from the programs. Seventh, lack of communication from institutions about how to streamline and how to facilitate the access to those social problems. And ninth, financial problems and difficulties with regard to pension schemes. We have to wonder and we have to question, especially that we had a look at the program of the government with regard to pension schemes. We have to find a way to how to help the population, the people, to benefit from pension schemes. How we can do that? How can we do that? Maybe we can have dialogue, communication, probably a public communication, at least to find the outlines in order to help them benefit from the pension schemes. And also, in addition to that, we have other challenges and problems with regard to the social protection system. We at the Council, the Human Rights Council, we believe that the social protection system focuses on 4 elements. out of 5 elements stipulated by international conventions. So the 5th element is not included in the framework law, regardless that the government said that all elements are included in the legal or the framework law. So I believe that one element was not tackled well. So we have to work very hard in order to align these legislations with international conventions. And we have other problems faced by a number of self-employed and informal people, and in addition to disabled people. The Council of Human Rights listened to people, to citizens, and they expressed that they don't benefit very well from this program, and this is probably given to the weak budget compared to the high needs. Assessing the legal framework or the legislative framework with regard to social protection and its adaptation to international conventions proves weak, and I think we have to align the legislative framework to international conventions and to align this law or this program with the recommendations, especially the recommendation of the ILO 102 and also the agreement 183 with regard to protecting mothers and 123 with regard to work accidents, and the recommendation number 22 concerning social protection floors recommendations. So we think that we have to tackle these problems in order to compensate all segments of societies and to help all the segments to benefit from this pioneering project, social protection. And we have also to work very hard to align them with the international conventions that Morocco signed. In this regard, we have put forward a number of recommendations, most important of which, and here I invite you to have a look at the report of the Council issued in 2022. You can go to the website, our website, and to have a look at that, and also to talk or to have a look at the 5 reports, the international reports that we have issued since 2020 regarding social protection. Undoubtedly, Morocco pledged to the Secretariat of the United Nations on the occasion of the 27th and the 75th anniversary of the Human Rights Declaration. Morocco pledged to promote social protection, and by 2026 December, we are aspiring to achieve all objectives. This commitment, the commitment of Morocco with regard to respecting human rights, proves the commitment of the Kingdom of Morocco to carry out constructive reforms in a way that would promote social protection for everybody. And it might be an opportunity for us, while we are getting ready to strengthening and reinforcing this system. This would help us to proactively deal with the social and economic crisis that might hit the world in the future. Therefore, Morocco, since 2021, started an essential reform with regard to social protection, and we still face a number of other challenges regarding inserting or including workers from informal sector, facilitating medical insurance to everybody, also to improve family allowances, and also to increase or to expand membership of pension schemes. This requires us to adopt good mechanisms and good governance. The international standards with regard to social protection aim at ensuring everybody have the right or has the right to benefit from social protection, even though that some of these standards, international standards, are not legally binding, but they play a very important and essential role, and they highlight some of the problems that we face with regard to social protection. And based on that, based on social protection system, we measure to what extent the Moroccan citizens benefit from their economic and social rights. And we measure also, thanks to this, we thanks how or to what extent we combat poverty and vulnerability. And thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President of the National Council of Human Rights. Thank you for this informative presentation and this human rights perspective that you provided us with regard to social protection. And I now give the floor to Mr. Fuad Ben Sadiq, a member of the Economic, Social, Environmental Council. The floor is yours.
سي فؤاد بن صديق تفضلوا.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Social, Economic and Environmental Council, I'll be presenting a presentation related to our final report, or the last report that was published by the Council in last October. And allow me, because I will not be reading, allow me to say actually, and I ask your forgiveness because I will not be reading. Actually, I will be presenting and commenting on some of the content of the report. Of course, the report is available on our website, and you can find the report in Arabic and English published. In the door of you will find it also available in the door of the room. At the entrance, there are 5 axes that have been focused on. One of them is the context of this report, which was published in last October. The second element is related to the major achievement that have been noted by the Council, the main indicators, and then I will try to stress on the main challenges and expectations. After that, we'll be ending with the recommendations. The context. In 2018, in May 2018, as it was mentioned by the President, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Shami, we published a report in 2018 about social protection in Morocco, and we actually evaluated all forms of social protection systems in 2018. And one of the major remarks that we had was that these systems of social protection, all of them are systems that came after a historic path, and they were actually in a system of add-ons. It's like one level after the other, one system after the other, and eventually we ended up with a very sporadic system that includes all the systems. They do not collaborate, they do not complete each other, there is no coordination and solidarity between these systems of social protection. In fact, what we know about social protection is that it requires actually the implementation of the principle of solidarity, meaning that those who are healthy help those who are not healthy, those who cannot contribute are helped by those who can contribute. What we dedicated and what we noticed was that these systems are not working well together. And what we also noticed was that is 60% of Moroccans or less are actually covered by the healthcare system. A lesser number are covered by insurance and pension, in addition to the direct social protection. It does not exist. It does not exist, or actually, direct social support does not exist, and that was the situation before the COVID, actually, and the situation was not a result of lack of resources, but other than that, we found that multiple studies, including studies of the ILO, which have demonstrated that Morocco was one of the developing countries with the ability to finance a comprehensive framework for social protection. However, it was one of the countries with the less political will to implement these comprehensive systems of social protection. So the challenge was back then the challenge of the political will. That was in 2018. After that came the COVID. And after the COVID, there was a historic speech by His Majesty in 2020. Also, in His Majesty's speech at the opening of the New Year Parliamentary Year, these which included royal directives which targeted the social protection and making it available for everyone, and set it on 4 pillars, as you know it. What was new in the royal directives was the fact that they included a program and a schedule, actually, for the implementation of these directives. They were not just random, they were not actually random directives, but they included steps that should be taken in order to implement those directives and recommendations. This led us to the project, and we, in the report of the council, what we noticed regarding the 4 projects that were major projects that were launched, we noticed that one project was left out of the picture, which is related to the professional or workplace professional diseases and workplace injuries. Morocco is one of the few countries that have workplace injuries not included by the social protection system, and they are not also covered by the social security. However, we know that agreement number 102 and the recommendation related to the social protection insist on the importance of protecting individuals against all types of danger, especially occupational diseases and workplace injuries. And nowadays, the insurance is not compulsory. There are certain individuals who suffer from diseases related to their occupation, and they actually seek social protection instead of having them having an insurance against occupational diseases. And I believe it should be covered by the social protection. I believe it is the same thing about workplace injuries. we face maybe thousands of deaths because of work accidents and workplace injuries, 10,000 of injured individuals, and a minority of the workers are actually under an insurance or benefit from an insurance. It is private companies that provide these types of insurances. This is why back then the Council recommended to include these individuals among the system of social justice and to include it as a complementary element of that. One of the main achievements, and I will not tackle to all the achievements because it has been mentioned multiple times this morning. One of the main achievements, because of it was important, we discovered that we had 27 or 28 draft law in order to implement these royal directives, and the Moroccan Moroccan National Social Security Fund, the NSSF, is the only one responsible for the mandatory health coverage or compulsory health coverage. It's not managing only one system. It is managing multiple systems. We cannot say that they are different systems, but they represent they didn't represent in the past one system because they did not collaborate. The NSS fund deployed a lot of effort in terms of human resources and financial resources in order to be able to manage almost 200,000 files instead of the number that was previously, which was 100,000. One of the major achievements nowadays is that the contributions have reached, until the end of 2023, they have reached a total of almost 33 billion dirhams, which is almost 2% of the GDP. This is a very strong leap forward in comparison. There are other countries or some countries that this number can represent almost 17%. For example, in the United States of America, the expenses of health and healthcare can be up to 17% of the GDP, and they can be up to $4,900 billion. This can represent multiple times the GDP of Morocco. Why am I referring to these American numbers? Especially because they have a system or a social security system that is based on insurance. It is insurance companies, private companies that are actually providing this protection, but they are actually doing that while having a very rich economy and high salaries. And I will refer to that later on. One of the major achievements is to move in from the system of help or assistance that is named Rabat to another system that is named AMO, that includes around 11 million of people. These people benefit from AMO Tadamon or AMO Solidarity, and before actually benefiting from this AMO Solidarity, they have to fit certain criteria and they have to be part of the Unified Social Register. And as you know, it is not based on loose criteria. The criteria are actually very strict. The result is that this system includes 11 million individuals, and according to what was mentioned before, and it was mentioned by the representative of the head of the government, there are around 11 million people who are benefiting from direct social support. And again, it is related to very, very strict criteria in order to be a beneficiary. Eligibility is subject to very strict criteria. Around 12 million, actually, of people, which is almost 30% of Moroccans who are actually living in a state of poverty. This is the main thing that we should be aware of. This social protection comes within the context of a state that has limited resources. The cost for the budget of the state is very high. The people who are in need actually of direct assistance or who are eligible to benefit from direct social support is very high. The number that we have mentioned is the number of people who are actually living in a state of poverty. The second element, or the second thing, which is providing non-declared workers or self-employed individuals, and it is mentioned there is a legislative framework in 2019 in order to generalize the social protection for this category of workers, and it was supposed to target 11 million people, including around 30 categories, depending on their types of jobs, including doctors, lawyers, tailors, barbers, and all the different free jobs. Nowadays, we are talking about 3.5 million individuals who are actually registered. Registered doesn't mean that they are actually benefiting from social protection. And there is also the inclusive system for the citizens who have a rating that is above the minimum level, who cannot benefit from Amo Tadamun or Amo Solidarity. This is why this system was established in an ambiguous way, actually, because we are talking about compulsory health insurance or mandatory health coverage. When we are saying that it is compulsory, it doesn't mean that we are forcing people to do that, but the people have, for example, to actually register themselves. But if they register themselves, they are then without the ability, for example, to leave. However, if they register, for example, the contributions are accumulated and cannot be unpaid. This is something that is a little bit ambiguous, and we mentioned that in our report. If we are to talk about the major indicators and observations, what we notice is that the percentage of the registered population is 86.5% of the total population of the kingdom. And if we take into consideration the latest numbers, the unregistered people represent 5 million, 4.9%. And among the registered population, there is those citizens who have open rights, as we call them, 28 million, and the citizens who are actually registered but suffer from what we call the blocking of the services, which represent 3.5 million individuals. what we see nowadays in Morocco is that the population who are not actually under insurance or are not benefiting from this system because of not working or because the blocking of their benefits, it's around 3%. What we can notice in addition to that is that 25% of the people who are registered in the NSS fund are actually in a state of block, which means they do not benefit from the services of the NSSF, including individuals from the private sector, more than 1 million, 2.3 million people, which represent 6% of self-employed individuals, and it includes also more than 43% of those who are registered in the holistic AMO. So we can say now that from one's hand, or on the one hand, providing health care has become a right actually for all the citizens. There isn't a single thing that is actually stopping Moroccans from being or benefiting from insurance, and I believe it's not just a right, it is a duty or an obligation, and because they are called actually compulsory systems. But on the other hand, we see that around 23% of Moroccans are either not registered or they are blocked. They do not have access to the right. This situation requires thinking and creative solutions regarding the expenses. As it was mentioned by the President of the Council, they sometimes exceed 50% of the expenses, while the international standards say that they should not exceed 25%. One of the other observations is that the healthcare system is actually available in 5 regions of the kingdom, and you are well aware of them. Casablanca, Satat, Rabat, Salah, Kenitra, Tangier, El Hoceima, Fes, Meknes, and Asafi. This represents 64% of the hospitalization infrastructure and facilities, and the 90% of the private sector and other regions are actually suffering from what we can call the medical desert, despite the fact that the individuals, for example, paying their subscription fees or other than that, but they have to travel if they want to benefit from health care systems. Another remark is that the most of the expenses of this compulsory system goes to the private sector, especially the NSS fund. Most of the resources are directed to all the private sector, and now we are in a situation in which we can see that since the ratification of this framework of generalizing the social protection, that the implementation of the compulsory health coverage and the payment of this compulsory system for the private sector went very quickly for the national strategy of renovation of the structural system of healthcare system. Because here we can see that the speed of the private sector is very fast, while the updating and renovation of the Moroccan healthcare system and healthcare facilities and hospitals is not going quite fast, and we can notice that there is no correlation between these two sides and these two speeds. It's like having two, or it's like having actually a vehicle with two wheels. One of the wheels is going very fast while the other wheel is actually going at a very slow speed, which means that the vehicle is not balanced well, and the system actually is not balanced well. What we can say that we are going ahead forward in directly toward the commodification of the system itself. Private sector is very important, of course, but the main element is the public sector in all countries that have built this kind of system or this kind of insurance system. And especially that the expenses in the private sector are 5 times more expensive than the expenses in the public sector. We are now in an approach that is based on subscriptions and linking the right to the paying of these subscriptions or contributions. This is actually the approach that is being adopted. You are going to ask me, is there any other approach? There are other approaches. Not all countries have adopted this one. The United States are following this example, but if we can look at the United Kingdom, England, they have a public system that is free on the basis of contributions. They are closer to us in Spain as well, which has also a public system that is free and that is based on the residency. If you are a resident of Spain, regardless of your nationality, you can have access to a health care system in a free way, and the system is financed by the contributions, the mandatory contributions. It is the state that guarantees the solidarity in this system. Here we are talking about two systems, one that is complementary and the other one that is based on the financing by the contributions or taxes as well. Mr. Ben Sadiq, we have to conclude because we need to respect the time. I took advantage of the previous speaker not showing up, but that's why I took more time actually, and I am sorry and I apologize. The other challenge is the situation, the financial situation of these systems, especially the systems that are based on the mandatory health coverage or the self-employed individuals who are actually resulting to this system. It's people or individuals who are actually in need of being part of this system. They pay their fees, and it is a challenge for the financial sustainability. There are other problematics related to the protection of data, personal data, and here we are talking about the managing of documents and files. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. There is also the medical policy. We all know that the prices of some medications and drugs in Morocco exceed the prices in Europe by sometimes 4 or 5 times, and I believe we have to review our policy regarding that. I have 2 other elements to mention, Mr. President, and I will give you the floor regarding the recommendations, of course. I'm not going to say all the recommendations, but first, the main recommendation that was issued by the Council is the importance of suggesting a re-engineering of the Moroccan a national system of social protection and health coverage. The system as it is will not be able to follow the royal directives, which include protection of every Moroccan equally. I believe that this approach of insurance, given the reality of the Moroccan situation, it is very difficult to reach 100% or even to go beyond the current situation. In suggesting a compulsory necessary system that includes all dangers, including work accidents and occupational diseases, and that it should be based on subscriptions or contributions in addition to solidarity, and that it should be managed by a public body for the healthcare that is in charge of this element of social protection. The other recommendation is to cancel the situation of blocking access to the right and actually eliminating the non-extendable right. You can imagine that in the private sector, for example, somebody's employer did not pay the fees, and the employee, when they go to the hospital or to the facility, they say that you did not pay and you cannot benefit, keeping in mind that it's not the individual who did not pay or his family, but his employer, and that person cannot benefit because somebody else didn't pay. I believe that blocking the right is something that should be actually cancelled, not just reconsidered. But if you would say that if we keep these elements open, I believe this is a valid question, and our suggestion is to enlarge the sources of finance for this system by mobilizing new sources of income for the state, including taxes on cigarettes that bring around 11 billion annually, in addition to alcoholic drinks, games, online gaming that leads to addiction. I believe that all of these can be a source of finance by issuing taxes on them. In addition to that, some incomes resulted from the financial transactions, also creating a national document for ethics that should be compulsory. Nowadays, for example, one can go to the clinic and would not know the prices. He or she are asked to pay, for example, in cash instead of a bank transaction. I think that we need a code of conduct that should be binding for everyone. Another thing, and I will stop here, is to pay more attention to the public healthcare system and to make it the heart of the healthcare. It is impossible to have a sustainable healthcare system that is efficient without a public health sector and that is good, and without a sector that is based on solidarity, that is managed by the associations. I believe that it should be based on 3 elements: private sector, but in the heart of this sector it should be the public sector, and on the right is the solidarity sector that is managed by the associations that is non-profitable, which is necessary. And I think I will stop here because in the heart of all of these projects that we have noticed, and we have mentioned that in our report, is that we noticed there is marginalization of these associations. We have noticed that these associations have been playing a very important role in Morocco for 100 years, and they have a lot of experience they can add to the system. But what we notice is that they were not included in the planning, development, or the implementation of these major projects. And one of our recommendations is the importance of bringing back these associations to the table. And associations means mutual insurance organizations, because they are very important to enriching the system. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Sadiq, for this presentation that translates the opinion of the Economic, Social, Environmental Council with regard to the challenges faced by the implementation of the social protection system, and especially with regard to the alignment of this with the international conventions. Now I give the floor to another speaker, a university professor and expert of social protection, Mr. Tariq Legdali, who is going to give us a presentation about the generalization of social protection in Morocco and the difficulties faced by Morocco in aligning it with international conventions. Peace be upon all of you in the name of Allah, and may the peace of the peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Mohammed. Mr. Speaker of the House of Councillors, members of the constitutional councils, elected of the territorial collectivities, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, with protocols observed. With regard to the topic of the generalization of social protection, the Moroccan legislations in line with international conventions. This is the topic that I'm going to talk about, and in my statement, in my presentation, I'm going to talk about the reference of the social protection, and also the I'm going to talk about the framework law and aligning this framework law with the international convention, especially the social protection floor recommendations number 202, and then we will talk about the challenges, the legal challenges faced by Morocco in aligning the social protection with the international standards. Talking about the general framework of the social protection in Morocco, we noticed that the royal project, this big project, is considered a revolutionary step, given that it is related to generalizing social protection to include all Moroccans, which means that acknowledges the right enshrined in the institution, and also to implement the provisions of the International Declaration of Human Rights, in addition to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, in addition to the Social Security Minimum Standards Convention. This is in order to strengthen and reinforce the social texture and also to achieve the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals within the framework of reinforcing and strengthening the human capital for the benefit of all citizens. We found that the foundation of the royal instructive of His Majesty the King, that it aims to implement a new system that would be an important insurance in the face of all shocks, and this is by launching a big project, a complete project with regard to its objectives and also with regard to its framework. And this is to tie and to link the public policies to the objectives desired or desired objectives. And this, with that being said, we believe that the specificities of this framework law or the most important specificity is to gradually implement this project starting from 2021 to 2025 to generalize social protection, including 4 elements: the compulsory medical insurance, family allowances, and then expand membership of pension schemes in addition to compensation for loss of employment. We noticed that the second specificity as a strategic objective, which means to include all segments of society in the social protection system, whether for the benefit of those who already benefited from the social protection or those who had never benefited from social protection, like agriculturists, traders, craftsmen, and those working in informal sector. Not to mention the complete inclusion so as to alleviate the burden from the vulnerable societies to benefit from the social protection after they benefited from Rabat system, and this is to promote the social justice and to give the citizens the idea and the feeling that everybody is included. So the state is mobilized in order to bring and to include all citizens and to assign the management of these systems to the National Social Security Fund. The second pillar of this framework law is the family allowances. And this is through a number of technical means that I believe, as a researcher, that those techniques are very important and helpful, that would enable us to collect all the programs in one program, which is called social protection system, in a way that would protect personal data by creating what is called the Unified Social Register. And this is in order to determine the social indicators for the eligibility of beneficiaries and to finance, and for the aspect related to financing this project, the project that is a part and parcel of maintaining the dignity of all citizens. We should not forget that we supervise the project, a very important project, which is about the expansion of pension schemes, and also to bring all the systems into one system, not to mention the different laws and bills related to pension schemes. So this project is aiming to include and expand the membership of all people to benefit from pension schemes. And this is going to be done through a participatory approach, including all stakeholders within the framework and the vision of the government. And the fourth point here is about the compensation for loss of employment that was enacted in 2015 in the relevant law. And unfortunately, this proved to be weak, given that the eligibility conditions are very hard and strict, and they don't go in line with the reality on the ground. and sometimes a lot of people do not benefit from this compensation. But now, thanks to this project, we are aiming and working very hard in order to expand this to include all workers and all people who lost their jobs, their employment. Therefore, thanks to the finance or the funding of this social protection project by two systems, by the contribution of beneficiaries or by the budget. This is a good governance which will lead us to collect all the necessary funding so as to make this reform. And this forum of today is an opportunity to assess the achievements and also to have a look at the challenges that we are facing. And finally, we come up with recommendations that might be helpful and beneficial to enhance and improve the social protection project in general. And we will not be able to carry out an essential reform unless we have other parallel reforms that Morocco has launched, because we believe that it is impossible to include all the beneficiaries, all the people to benefit from this service without having parallel projects and parallel reforms, as well as putting forward motivating policies with regard to human resources and so on and so forth, and also to put forward an integrated database that would facilitate the implementation of this project as soon as possible. The legislative body made great efforts in order to implement this project by adopting the necessary laws. As you said, more than 28 legal texts and a number of regulatory texts, and this is an evidence that everybody is mobilized to implement the royal vision. Therefore, I would like to say here, there are a number of bills, a number of laws at the level of the compulsory medical insurance or at the level of the mechanisms that will help us implement this project. These are projects that aim to achieve one fundamental objective, which is to align what we have with the international conventions, especially the SDGs. And we see that it goes in line with the goal number 1, which is aiming to combat poverty and eradicate poverty. And this is through providing people with compulsory medical insurance and through compensation for loss of employment. And also, this goes in line with the goal number 3 with regard to improving healthcare services. We should not forget that the motto of all stakeholders is to achieve equality between genders and also to improve the situation of families, because families are at the heart of the development process of Morocco, according to the instructive of His Majesty the King. In addition to this, we believe that social protection is an integral part of the employment market. This is through providing people with decent jobs, and this would help us to protect all workers against all new jobs arising in our market, and also to protect them from any problems that they might face. And this is within the framework of combating informal and indecent jobs, and this is through also enabling all stakeholders to work together, and also to combat the inequalities by strengthening solidarity among all society segments by funding that would make these systems sustainable. We should also say that Morocco did not forget that these laws, the adopted laws, should take into account the Convention 102 that was signed by Morocco, and to implement its provisions, especially the Article number 7, or to enlarge the base of anniversaries or other articles that are related to compensation for unemployment by facilitating the measures and the steps to benefit from the compensation for loss of employment or the compensation for unemployment. And so Morocco is aware of these things, and Morocco is willing to carry out the provisions of this convention. It is imperative as well to mention here that there are challenges that require us to alleviate or to surmount. And I repeat what Mr. Ben Sadiq said. We have to emphasize the importance of compulsory medical insurance, and also to consider compensation for loss of employment as an integral part and an integral element in the social protection system. And this will help us move forward, and this will guarantee the sustainable funding and also the improvement on infrastructure. And this is the main objective by reforming the health services in Morocco, and it is imperative as well to improve the infrastructure in Morocco to care for the big number of beneficiaries. And also we have another challenge, which is about strengthening governance and coordination. And I think this is a good opportunity to remind all of you of the relevant law that is related to strengthening good governance, to align it with international conventions. And this is, of course, to achieve social justice. Mr. Tariq, please do not exceed 1 minute if you could. There are a number of challenges, amongst which the biggest share of the expenses are borne by or are carried by the beneficiary, and it is important now to reconsider a number of criteria and socio-economic also aspects, and there are some other points that are considered to be challenges and problems. We have to opt a recommendation in order to make the program effective, and I think it's very important to work in this regard. In addition to this, we have to remind that this social protection should include Moroccans living abroad, and by putting forward a program for the Moroccans who are living abroad, especially those people who are living in other countries and they don't benefit from social protection there. With regard to a law amending the framework law, I think we should, in this regard, determine the mechanism of canceling the problems, and I think this should be done through linking accountability to responsibility, and we should also include the work inspection agency, and also to include local authorities to help together. And we should not forget that the jurisprudence of these cases should be the social court, because they provide us with the necessary steps so as to ensure social justice, and this is by putting forward and enacting relevant laws so as to help all citizens without any kind of discrimination. Last but not least, we have to enact a number of laws that would reflect the political will, and that would be also in line with international conventions and standards. And this should be done within a framework of coordination and cooperation, and also to strengthen dialogue and communication. And this could be done by improving services, and also to reconsider the national reference tariff, and to include all stakeholders, and this reflect all social segments that shed light on all aspects in a way that would ensure social protection for all segments of society. And thank you. Thank you, Professor, for this important presentation through which you gave us a legal interpretation of the relevant framework law, especially with regard to the implementation of this law. And you said in your presentation that the implementation of this law requires more collaboration in order to align the social protection with other relevant international conventions. Thank you very much. With you, Mr. Now we come to the end of this session, and now I give the floor to another colleague, the member of the House of Councillors, to moderate the upcoming session. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, peace and praise be on the Prophet. I hereby launch the second session, and we carry on from where we ended the first session in order to tackle the main questions related to how can we make the experience in Morocco successful. And now we are going to tackle the economic and social impact on the generalization of the protection, social protection, and the challenges of efficiency and durability of the system in light of comparative practices. The success and sustainability of the system requires financial, administrative resources. These resources should be innovative because they have impact on the workforce and also an impact on the economic system as a whole. In this context, we have to keep in mind that generalizing the social protection is faced with multiple challenges, especially on what is related to the financial and administrative, in addition to the logistic infrastructure that would enable citizens without exceptions to benefit from social protection. In addition to that, the sustainability of the financing and the efficiency of the system is also of great importance. Your Excellencies, the speakers in this second session who have accumulated strong and large experience and their awareness of the challenges faced by this social protection system from a perspective of sustainability and efficiency will enable us to come with solutions to face these challenges and to make this system of social protection active, especially in face of the demographic and economic challenges, the current ones and the future ones, by providing solutions and providing answers to the questions that we are going to ask in this regard, especially those related to the latency related to the pension systems and the compensations for people or individuals who are suffering from physical injuries that does not allow them to be active, or people in special need. How can the agencies work together on what is the impact of generalizing the AMO system on the beneficiaries. Another element is what is the vision that we have for the future of the management of the general system. Fifth is the intervention of the fund of management in order to accompany the management system. Sixth, how to guarantee the sustainability of social protection, especially in terms of the good governance of the resources. Seven, the leadership and the financial and technical leadership and efficiency, and how the coordination can guarantee balancing the system and long-term sustainability. And finally, eighth, what are the expectations of generalizing the social protection system in the future? In order to answer all these questions and to listen to the explanations, we are going to listen to speakers who will all have 15 minutes, which will be followed by a Q&A without taking much time. I give the floor to the Secretary General of the Ministry of Solidarity, Social Insurgent and Family. The floor is yours, Your Excellency, Secretary General. Thank you very much, Mr. President. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, the President of the CDG, Your Excellency, President of the elected councils, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be part here of this second session that is dedicated to discussing the social and economic impact of generalization of the social protection system, the challenges of efficiency and sustainability of this system in light of the comparative practices, especially in light of the ninth forum, the Parliamentary Forum of on social justice. I congratulate their excellencies, the MPs, for choosing the theme of this year, especially that it has been set by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who is committed to making Morocco a state that is committed to the social state. Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, allow me at the beginning to remind you that the Kingdom of Morocco has worked under the leadership of His Majesty to restructure that makes the citizens at the heart of the reforms. This is what was represented by the social, economic and environmental reforms that seek to allow all the citizens to be part of the social dynamics by providing national programs that emphasize equity and equality, which was crowned by the social protection project. This process has a characteristic which is coherence and coordination between all the agencies in different sectors. This is a project that represents the document of 2011, the Constitution of 2011, and goes hand in hand with the new social charter and the governmental project 2026. We have to keep in mind the implementation of these royal directives. The government has worked under the directives of His Majesty King Mohammed VI in order to guarantee implementing the objectives of this project, before the year 2026, in one year, the system has been able to generalize the social care to reach and include more than 23.2 Moroccans by adding 7.8 millions, and in the direct social support and in implementation of the directives of His Majesty, especially the ones mentioned in his speech in the Parliament on the 13th of October 2023. Here we have to keep in mind that the speed in which we are actually implementing these projects that goes hand in hand with the implementation of the social protection have enabled us to develop our new approach, which have been adopted according to the law 7818, by which we are going to provide a unified register of citizens in order to provide digitalized data that will facilitate access to social protection. Your Excellencies, the achievement reflect the effort that have been deployed and the development witnessed in Morocco. This is a change and a development that is adopting a new approach and will take Morocco a step further and allow it to face the problems that it has been facing towards a new developmental model that is present on the ground and that adopts different approaches and different systems of the Moroccan state that will enable it to play its social and economic play to have an impact on citizens. This positive element will reflect the historic change, whether it is to have access to healthcare services by public and private sector, by enlarging the scope of services in which we changed the Rabat system by another system. This reflects a change in the number of the benefits, and the numbers reflect that this program has exceeded all the beneficiaries of the previous programs, in addition to other segments of societies, such as pensioners. We are working on accompanying all these systems by social programs that will improve access to these systems, and we are also working on rebuilding, re-engineering the social work, especially those who are in need, in order to implement them in these new systems. In order to put our foot on the development, we are responsible in providing protection for all sectors and segments of society by providing a system that provides high-level quality services and provide opportunities for insurance, especially for people who are in need. This is achievable by allowing them to have access to social support and social protection. In this framework, the Ministry is working on improving its services in order to guarantee the success of the services, which goes hand in hand with social protection, especially the protection of vulnerable people, in order to guarantee protection of all sectors of society. And here I can refer to some programs: the development of social protection and fighting poverty and marginalization by providing programs of directive programs and taking in charge people who are left without families in multiple social centers, and also providing new generation of services for vulnerable families in an approach that is based on sustainability and durability, also supporting a new segment of a new category of people that allow them to be part of society by improving the way these people who are faced or are suffering from physical inability, in order to allow them to have access and to have a proper education all around Morocco by providing support to associations and the families in order to allow these people to have to benefit from the services. The Ministry has worked on a new system to evaluate disability in hand in hand with the law, that aligns hand in hand with the law, and this project represents a pillar for the social protection by providing measurable ways in order to detect this segment of society, and the Ministry and will have the ability to monitor that. We have to refer to the challenge that has witnessed, that the system has witnessed, because we can say that the previous programs have to be re-engineered in order to target the affected individuals and to guarantee the continuity and the sustainability of the impact that we seek to achieve from this program, improving the infant protection systems by providing mechanisms that will allow children to benefit from these systems. This goes hand in hand with other programs in order to protect people living in the streets, people or children who are actually used as beggars, and early marriage girls. We are working on fighting child labor. The ministry is working in this regard to develop new programs in order to replace the previous system, which was not sufficient enough. We are talking about family mediation, family guidance, and family economy, especially for women. Fifth is the implementing a Moroccan and a national plan that is called active pensioners, in order to protect people who are elderly people and to face the challenge of demographic risk that we are facing. This requires from us to provide protection for elderly people and taking care of them, in addition to providing an inclusive environment to include them in the active life. Social protection centers play a very important role by taking care of others, especially people living in very difficult situation, and taking care of them, especially in the framework of the problems that they are going through related to poverty. Due to the nature of our institutions, it is very important to have other institutions to work as a complementary to the social protection services and to protect those who lose families temporarily or permanently. Ladies and gentlemen, the demographic and sociological changes witnessed by the Moroccan society has forced us to adopt a new approach that is based on quality and professionalism. In order to take this sector forward, we have to invest in it by providing more job opportunities, whether in the private or public sector, because we will need trained labor in the future who will be in need to guarantee their rights. We have developed a roadmap by trying to work together with different stakeholders. This project of organizing the social workers aims and has a target by improving the individuals working in the sectors by providing better training that will allow them to face the challenges and the current challenges. This goes by providing the legislations of the social protector, especially law 84/18 is related to social protectors, and another one which is how to build the capacities of the social workers and the continuous training for the social trainers and social protection workers. This will enable the social worker to improve its situation and will represent an openness to the new development. In generalizing the social protection is not just a plan, it is a mean of our development and increase in social sustainability. But this requires a holistic approach that balances the generalization of protection and well management of resources by good governance. At the end, I would like to thank all those who are involved in the presentation of in the organization of this forum. We hope that we meet our objectives, and I believe this will be a step forward that will allow the society to benefit from the new gains under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May Allah assist him.
Thank you. Thank you very much for respecting the time, and thank you for this comprehensive presentation. Now give the floor to Mr. Shafir, President of the Insurance and Social Welfare Control Authority, or what is called ACAPS, and he is going to talk about the challenges regarding implementing the welfare control or the insurance and social welfare control.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء.
In the name of Allah, and may the peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Mr. Moderator of the session, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would love to thank the Speaker of the House of Councillors for inviting me to take part in this forum, the International Forum, in its 9th edition of social justice that is convened under the slogan of generalizing the social protection in Morocco, a development vision aligning with international standards. And I would love to commend choosing this topic because social protection plays pivotal roles in building fair society, coherent society, and a stable society as well. And this forum coincides with the 9th year of the implementation of the Royal Project of generalizing social protection over all segments of society, which is an opportunity, an important opportunity to talk about the achievements that we have carried out during the last 4 years. And also, it is an opportunity to shed light on the challenges we faced in the implementation of this project. Ladies and gentlemen, it is crystal clear that social protection is a fundamental pillar for sustainable development because it improves life conditions and strengthens social states, social justice. And a number of international organizations urge countries to have good principles and good governance by putting forward recommendations, most important of which sustainable development goals adopted by the United Nations. The recommendations of the international organizations focus on the eradication of poverty and other problems, and this is through extending and expanding medical insurance, family allowances, and pension schemes. This will create a very good and conducive environment for prosperity. And this program or this project also works to provide all citizens with all the services they need in order to have a more developmental and sustainable society. It enshrines as well the society of solidarity and peace within the society, of course. The studies carried out by the International Association of Social Protection showed the efforts exerted by some countries in order to invest in social protection. The total of this investment amounted to 17% of the total GDP in 2022. And this study concluded that social protection is not only a burden over the shoulders of countries, but it is a long-term investment that would lead to economic prosperity, such as the increase in productivity, enhancing human capital. Second, to improve consumption within the country. Third, to decrease or to help the people, the citizens, to face economic and social shocks. Fourth, to improve the stabilization of job market, because social protection helps to combat all shocks and all changes that the society might face. Fifth is to alleviate the burden put on the shoulders of the public sector, because social protection will help all citizens and all countries to optimize the budget toward the necessary sectors. For the challenges, all the experiences in the world showed that However, the social protection system helps in reduce poverty, and in this regard, the World Bank reports showed that social protection programs could reduce the poverty rates by a portion of 30% in some countries. Second, strengthening social justice, and this is by providing all people with decent jobs and opportunities, especially for women, elderly, and disabled people or people with specific needs. Fourth, supporting education and putting an end to school dropout. And then another objective is to reduce crimes, and this is thanks to the opportunities provided for citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, what Morocco is facing, the challenges that Morocco faces hamper the implementation of some projects. Therefore, in this context, social protection is an important pillar for the dignity of people and for the equality of opportunities provided to all citizens. And this also contributes to strengthening the resilience and the capacity of citizens in facing all shocks, and also strengthening and promoting human resources, and this will have a positive impact on the general picture of the economy and sustainability, and to be in or at the level of advanced countries. So Morocco, with regard to generalizing social protection through public policies and the patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, is the fruit of the strategic steps taken by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI in order to save the dignity of all people by providing them with compulsory medical insurance, family allowances, pension, and compensation for loss of employment. And we can say today that Morocco has made great efforts that aim to review social protection and make it more comprehensive and more effective. And in this context, we are propelled to commend what Morocco achieved, and this is thanks to the total involvement of all stakeholders, local authorities, institutions, different institutions that manage these systems. The compulsory medical insurance is considered one of the most important achievements that Morocco made. And now we have more than 31 million people benefited from the compulsory medical insurance, including vulnerable people. And in this context, we could integrate the people who benefited from Rabat, the last system, to enable them to benefit from the compulsory medical insurance, which is more comprehensive and more effective. And in this regard, Morocco has launched what we call direct support in 2023, and this is to improve the situation of families who have children at school or families who are in vulnerable situation. This will help them to improve their purchasing power and to help them deal with the problems. Morocco exceeded that to work on some structural reforms to make these reforms and systems sustainable, and this is thanks to the funding and the finance provided in this regard. And in this framework, Morocco has worked on taxation systems because it is a leverage that would finance these systems, the systems of social protection. Regardless of these achievements, we still face problems with regard to the long-term objectives, which is to make the systems sustainable. And we believe that achieving the sustainability aspect of this problem is contingent upon achieving the following mechanisms, coordination mechanisms that would help coordinating all stakeholders of the social protection, strengthening the complementarity among all relevant stakeholders with regard to education and health services, putting forward the programs relevant programs, and this is to measure the effectiveness, like measuring the effectiveness of these programs in combating poverty. And we have some other challenges, the challenges of financing, and this because we have a large base of beneficiaries. Therefore, the country or the state, the government, should find other sources of financing. Another challenge, the universal health coverage is difficult to implement because we lack digital tools that would help us to make the health coverage comprehensive. Fourth and lastly, to digitalize health services in a way that would help us streamline the services, the social and healthcare services. Ladies and gentlemen, within the framework of this dynamics, our council is exerting all efforts in order to keep up with these changes. And this based on the services provided by the general system to provide compensation or to provide membership for pension schemes and so on and so forth. And the council helped in putting forward a number of programs that helped the state to implement a lot of programs related to social protection, amongst which is to generalize the coverage of pension to include all sections, all categories of people from the society. And this system benefited from the complete inclusion of all schemes, pension schemes, that are affiliated with different Moroccan institutions in a way that helped improve and operationalize the pension schemes, and to implement this project that is a fundamental pillar for the social protection project. With regard to the Deposit and Management Council that we're talking about, so the council facilitated the management of work accidents, occupational diseases, and so on and so forth. And the family fund that dealt with the problems faced by divorced women. We also work with this council we also coordinate with this council in order to achieve our objectives. Finally, the Tadamun or Solidarity Fund against disasters, which provides help to uninsured people who suffer from natural disasters. During recent years, the CDG expanded its mandate. This is thanks to partnerships with public institutions and other stakeholders. And in this framework, our council worked on the following point. First, the bilateral management of the social direct support in partnership with the National Social Security Fund in a way that would supervise the eligibility conditions. In 2024, the council spent 25 billion dirhams for about 4 million people. Second, the immediate assistance to the victims of the earthquake that hit Morocco in September 2023. So we put forward a mechanism to support them, and in 2024 we spent 4.5 billion dirhams for the benefit of 65,000 beneficiaries. Third, the housing support mechanism, and this is by creating a platform called Damasakan, or housing support. And we also launched an application, a mobile phone application, in order to keep up with their application throughout all the process, starting from the registration until benefiting from the support. And last year, this program, we spent 2.5 billion dirhams for the benefit of 65,000 people. Ladies and gentlemen, the success that we witnessed was thanks to the good coordination with all institutions, all stakeholders in implementing public policies with regard to social protection. From a practical perspective, a number of factors helped us to succeed, especially adopting new mechanisms of governance and depending on new technologies and digitalization, and also by benefiting and learning from other experiences in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize the fact that social protection is one of the most important elements to have a balanced society, and it is a fundamental pillar for social justice as well. So it is imperative for us to commend all the achievements we made with regard to the implementation of the project of social protection, given that the complete implementation of this project requires us to work together hand in hand in order to completely implement this project and also to make it more comprehensive, more sustainable, in line with the royal vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. Thank you for your listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Director, for this important presentation and for the innovative initiatives that you have implemented in order to strengthen the implementation of the big project of social protection. And now I give the floor to Mr. Shafi'i, the President of LACAPS, in order to talk about the effectiveness of the social protection project, as well as the future of the mutual companies with regard to this project. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Vice President, Your Excellency the Secretary General of the Ministry of Solidarity, Insertion and Social Insertion and Family, Your Excellency the President of the CDG, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the President of the House of Councillors to participate and take part in this forum, which tackles the important issue in Morocco, or the important element of social protection in Morocco. And this forum will be a platform to discuss the importance of social protection and generalizing it in Morocco in line with the royal directives of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. Keeping in mind that in 2025, which has been dedicated as the final year by Draft Law 09/21 as the final year in order to implement all the mechanisms for the real implementation of the protection from dangers, as mentioned in the draft law, dangers of elder pensioners, job loss, children, and disease. Our country has taken very important step towards social protection due to the directives of His Majesty King Mohammed VI and the involvement of national institutions. This movement has improved the situation for citizens and has enabled them to have more and easier access to social and healthcare services, which has tackled the livelihood and the life quality. I will try to take the time attributed to me to share with you some of the conclusions and opinions in terms of the supervisory authority, especially in the context of the development witnessed in the latest years. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the challenges and difficulties that are faced by the social protection system, whether in Morocco or in other countries. I believe that there are multiple studies that have highlighted these difficulties and challenges and have put the finger on the difficulties. This will enable us to provide solutions in order to attain our objectives, especially the objectives of the generalization of social protection. Regarding the pension system, this system in its current form is characterized by the low coverage, which is 49% of active citizens, enlarging the base of contributors, as it was mentioned in the pre-mentioned draft law to include the self-employers, will allow us to improve this percentage by a large margin. It is expected to exceed more than 80% of active citizens. Regarding the financial balances of the pension systems, we can notice that the compensation will be of an important rate in comparison of the duration of the contributions and the subscription, which will make the services better. At the same time, we are talking about also improving the situation, especially in light of the fear of losing the resources dedicated to the supervisory. And as it was mentioned, that the supervisory pensions will be run out by 2030. It was 2028, and now it will be 2030 due to the increase in the salaries of the workers and civil servants. After the system has benefited of the increase of salaries, especially in the public sector, which has delayed the expected date for the end of the dedicated amount, and due to that, the expectation, the data have been actually modified, and on the basis of some benchmarks related to demographic and financial situation of different pension systems, the body is actually suggesting the reforming of the whole system as a whole in order to guarantee its balance and in order to guarantee its sustainability. This should be an opportunity for us to replan and restructure this system in order to allow more people to benefit from the system. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the healthcare system, we can notice that there are multiple systems of insurance and that there are some imbalances that can be noticed. This makes it a system that is not coherent and that is categorized by the lack of coordination, especially in the terms of contributions. This system is characterized by the increase of the percentage of the expenses paid by the families, as they pay more than 35% of the expenses without taking into consideration the other elements. This gives the solidarity insurance by insurance companies or supervisory authorities, social supervisory authorities and welfare. the system is suffering from multiple flaws, which is lack of good governance, the different sectors involved in the system, with the lack of coordination between these systems. This is not up to the proper standards, and the files and documents are still being treated in the old way and traditional method, and we need to move forward toward the document digitalization. There is a lack of resources, and the body has raised the awareness of the National Agency for Health Insurance, especially after analyzing the document of the financial year 2023. In light of these observations and remarks that were mentioned before, the body is recommending the establishment of one institution, one coverage for all the people who are actually under insurance, and to increase the complementary insurance and also dedicating the percentage and the process for each one of them, and to increase them in order to enable for complementary health insurance, providing a healthcare system and healthcare infrastructure that is equitable in all the regions of Morocco by strengthening the the public healthcare system to accompany the private healthcare system, and also providing compulsory insurance. Moreover, providing proper mechanisms for compulsory health insurance for our employees by providing the proper measures and motivate them to be enrolled in. Keeping in mind that in 2023, the percentage of collection is only 25%. Establishing a national system that will allow to all the stakeholders, healthcare providers, and will enable to digitalize all the operations and put an end to the old traditions. The dematerialization of element, developing new databases related to different systems, establishing the compulsory insurance, and not limited to individuals who are suffering from certain diseases, which will balance actually the system, taking the necessary measures as quickly as possible for certain insurance systems in order to make them more balanced for the mutual insurance. We have to keep in mind the most important role that has been played by mutual insurance before or moving towards the new one, mutual insurance organizations, and also the good management of the insurance for the supervisory authority of insurance and social welfare. And due to the very quick progress witnessed by the healthcare system in our country after the directives of His Majesty, it has become very important to measure the effect of these development on the mutual insurance organizations, and in this regard the body has launched a strategic study about the mutual insurance organizations in order to develop a new vision for this sector in the future, especially in the framework of the current developments in our countries. In order for the organizations of mutual insurance to play the role, we see that it is very important to organize this sector in our country by revising and updating the draft law in order to make it up to the current development and enable these mutual insurance organizations to work properly and establish good governance in addition to identifying the risks and dangers. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stress on the importance that the healthcare and social element has and enjoys for us, and we are trying to overcome all the challenges and difficulties in order to guarantee and include the inclusion of everyone, especially those who were not included by healthcare insurance before. May Allah guide us toward the right path, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your intervention, for your rich intervention in which you have put the finger on the actual problems and suggested the proper solutions. I believe the final statement or the final speaker will be an international expert in the field of social protection, His Excellency Mr. Khalid Ben Ali. The floor is yours, sir.
تفضل أستاذ.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, I am going to be the last speaker, and I hope that I will be brief. In reality, when we talk about the project of social protection in Morocco, in reality, at the level of implementation, because back to 2020, we were talking about how we could enact the laws, but now we are implementing the project. So now we could be proud of what we are doing. So I said it since the beginning. I said that all Moroccans are going to benefit from this. So now we are at the last phase, the phase of making financial resources sustainable, especially with regard to the solidarity coverage. So it is a royal initiative, and we have an initiative, or a royal initiative, and we have a very good law that focused on all the aspects, because the law determined and talked about all the details. So the approach that I am going to adopt, so when we talk about the compulsory medical insurance, so we're talking about here about the long term and the middle term and the short term compensation. So it is managed by the National Social Security Fund. And now 100% it is managed and directed by the National Social Security Fund. And it's not an easy job to be done, because a number of achievements we made. For example, I give you an example. The period of time to treat a file or an application by a public server employee or a private sector employee. So probably they are different. But now, depending on the sector, each sector is supervised by respective laws and respective regimes. Therefore, the president of the Economic and Social Environmental Council talked about the effectiveness of the system, but when we talk about the international assessment, we have to ask the question, to what extent it is effective? What are the administrative expenses to manage this system? And now we can talk about something what is called, or it is known for the colleagues at La CAPS. So we have a calculation, an equation that we have to depend on. So when this indicator exceeds 100%, so I think we need to consider or reconsider the calculation or the equation again. So if it exceeds 100%, we have to reconsider it from the very beginning, because we have to assess each case independently. In addition to that, I hope we will not be compulsive, if I might put it this way. We should be rational and reasonable. So the speed by which we enacted a great number of laws, I think, is not rational, because now the National Social Security Fund now this year is capable of managing this, but before it wasn't. Now again, for this phase, regarding the current issue concerning the management of the National Social Security Fund, regarding public sector employees, management or treatment, I think the mutual company organizations or mutual insurance organizations are very important to be included, to be involved. And I think this file should be dealt with in a slow manner and in a rational manner. And I think everybody here should be aware of the importance of this, and we should have the necessary data in order to make the right decisions. Personally speaking, if I am to take the measure or to make the decision from now, I think we have to determine the transitional period. Maybe in 2 years we will move to the unified system, and we will adopt the same measures, and then we will have mutual insurance organizations and deal with the rest of the job. The president of the commission said that there is a study to be carried out, but I would love that the insurance companies also should conduct their studies, because when they work together, they have what we can call a mutual movement. So mutual movement, or those insurance companies working together, they can conduct comprehensive studies, and then they come to the National Social Security Fund and other stakeholders to make the right decisions, because the mutual companies are very important in this regard. They have to meet to carry out studies in order to improve the social protection system. Then we have another aspect to this system. We have the expenses of families. This was also an objective to be focused on. But according to the statistics in 2018, the situation was not up to the level we wanted. Now, if we wanted to improve the situation, we need to have a social dialogue. And in this regard, when we talk about health services, I think we have to improve the allowances, or to enhance the allowances. Another thing is to dedicate 8.5% of the GDP instead of 6%. And this might raise a question. For the compulsory medical insurance, I think we have to adopt a unified system, mutual insurance companies, and so on and so forth. So 15% of the deficiency, yes, okay. So there is no country that has no deficiency with regard to the health services. But here the question, how can we finance and fund the health services? So I'm going to talk about an approach. It should be done by citizenship, or I might call it solidarity. So For example, when we have a beneficiary applying to benefit from the compensation for a disease or something, so we take like 10 dirhams from this file and 10 dirhams from the other file, and we collect a fund, or we make a fund in which we collect all the money generated and taken from all the beneficiaries, and this will improve the situation of financing. So it should be taken into account in our equation and in our approach. If we do this by the end of the year, we will cover the 15%, and in the beginning of the next year, we will benefit from the accumulated and the collected money. But this approach does not necessitate the platforms or the creation, the establishment of institutions, because we have the necessary institutions. And then we can apply here in education, in housing, because this kind of approach is very important and proved to be very significant and essential in dealing with budget deficiency. For the compensation for loss of employment, I think you talked about and you shed light on the relevant report. For the compensation of long term, now we have 90% covered, and but the rest is managed by SEMER, which is a pension scheme, and RCR, which is another pension scheme. Now let's talk about the effectiveness of this pension system for the management fees. In the future, we should decrease it, we should reduce it, because now the institutions depend on digitalization, streamlining measures and platforms. I think it's not rational, it's not reasonable to have these fees high. And the reform started in 2004. The National Agency for Social Support, and we have also the National Authority of Registers. So I read a point in the framework law talking and stipulating about how to deal with complaints. But they did not indicate how we should deal with the complaints. So that's why I say that creating and enacting a number or a big number of laws might be good, but I think we have to be very careful about the intersection of those laws. And we have also the problem related to managing complaints. All ministries, relevant ministries, deal with the complaints, but we have to have an independent body that would deal with the complaints and these files of complaints. Of course, I am going to talk about the demographic approach. So it was possible for us in 2010. We could benefit from the demographic changes, demographic factor, because we had opportunities there, and we could depend on the demographic factors. We could have made a compulsory system for each sector. At that time, we could have benefited from the time to implement a number of systems. But today, the fundamental element, as long as we don't take the necessary measures at the right time, the cost would be larger and bigger. And now I will share with you an example that is based on the demographic approach. These are the numbers and the figures taken from the last census. We can see that the category from 15 to 59 years old is decreasing, and therefore I would like to say here that this category of people is the most important and is the main factor of the improvement and the development of the society, because they contribute to the pension system now, because they are the working force. And now I can give you the dynamics of the aging of the population. So you can see the aging rate has more than doubled. In order to support the people, we need to do a lot of things, of course. And at that time in the past, let's talk about the past. In the past, people benefited from the public hospitals, so it was very, very dominant this. But starting from the 90s of the last century, we started with privatization, meaning like we created a number of private hospitals, and the state got rid of the public hospitals and the services provided by the public services, and now the people go to the public sector more than often. Now we can talk about the relationship between the people less than 15 years old and the elderly people. And so we use this technique in order to measure the productive categories of the society, of the people. And we use this in order to measure the benefits of the active population that contributes to the development and the productivity of the society. So we don't have enough time, Mr. Khalid. In 2024, in 2034, we can see by 2034, when we have this rate or this trend, if it increases, we notice that we lose the productivity opportunities. And according to the international categorization, the best categorization, so we need to increase the retirement age to 70 years old. This is not limited only to Morocco, but I think this is an international approach for aging. Aging is the thing that we call the golden economy, if I may put it this way. And then we can talk. I would like to share with you, if you allow me. I am obliged to stop you now. We have 30 minutes dedicated to interaction and debate. I will give you 2 minutes. The model that I am here suggesting is how to measure the net transfers and to compare it with the taxation transfers. So the category from 15 to 59 years old, they pay about 123 billion dirhams. And the aging population, or the people who benefit from the pension, they benefit from this, of course. So therefore, we have to work on this active category, and the state would be obliged to manage the situation. And in conclusion, the social state is a comprehensive approach, a demographic, economic, social state that aims to ensure the well-being of citizens and people. So this is the main vision of the social state, is to ensure the well-being of all citizens. In addition to that, we need to have a report every year about the indicators of the social state. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. And now I open the floor for a debate for no more than 30 minutes. Please, I ask all the participants to respect the time I will dedicate. Just 3 minutes per each participant. Now I open the floor for discussion, and then we will comment on the questions and remarks.
Good afternoon to you all. Name is Al-Asari Ahmed, is the president of the Moroccan Observatory for Africa and Middle East and Anthropology. I just have a question regarding the health of the Moroccan citizens. Of course, 31 million Moroccans who are actually benefiting from insurance, and the rest is to come, God willing. But the most important question here is the quality of the services provided for those who are actually benefiting from insurance. If we have new thinking, new monitoring of the health of the citizens as the fourth goal of the SDGs, we have to think of health insurance and at the same time think of ways, developed ways and modernized ways, categorized by AI, digitalization, that has been adopted by other countries in order to facilitate the services provided to the citizens and especially those who are sick. We are talking about quality. Of course, we are talking about the Moroccan health, and at the same time, we are talking about the Moroccan intelligence. Meanwhile, the state is gaining millions and millions from the subscriptions or the payments, but its work in improving the quality of the services to put a smile on the Moroccan citizen in hospitals and gaining actually medicines in a low price. I believe this is the actual service. I believe that more proper monitoring and proper revision and proper auditing, if these elements are lacking, a lot of issues are within the administration are going to be missing, and it will be a state of chaos, actually. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you for your intervention. If you would allow me, I have to take a speaker from each side. Yes, sir. Madam. Yes, madam. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers and the speakers who have reminded us of the results that we have achieved, the draft laws, the laws, and most of the speakers have also highlighted the challenges and the issues related to social protection. Very simply and briefly, I would like to say that if the main investment is the human capital, this human capital has to be taken care of since birth. How? Since the birth of the new baby, he or she should be given a serial number and digitalization. Digitalization, what do we mean by that? It should be a main pillar to improve any of these sectors. For me, social protection does not start or stop during the phase of sickness. I believe it is the social element. When we say that the social protection should be in the framework of geographical social equity, and when we take all of the elements in this framework, we are going to achieve actually the objectives that we have set before. Why am I here referring to these complementary elements? Because we cannot, for instance, spend a lot of money on one sector and see that the other sector, for example, does not complement it. This is another example, and I believe that prevention is the key and not actually treating the disease. For example, the people who suffer from the state of introversy, for instance, there is a certain treatment that begins before the age of 6 years. We cannot, for example, wait for the person to reach a certain age in order to start treating them. Of course, there is an added cost for the NSSF. For example, and practically speaking, one of the challenges that companies face if we collect the number of the people who have been fired in the last 6 months, for example, and wouldn't benefit from compensation, I believe that we are going to lose the money. Sorry, madam. Go ahead, please. I think you have exceeded your 3 minutes. Yeah. Go ahead. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the session, Your Excellencies, MPs, I am actually proud to be here in the name of the UMT in this forum dedicated to social protection. I believe it is a very important step and a very important occasion that is keeping the working class awake at night. It is one of the rights of humans, generally speaking, and we have to keep in mind that the Constitution of 2011 stated that the state is responsible about providing social protection and about guaranteeing the other rights, the Article 31. In addition to that, the royal directives about providing social protection and compensation for job loss and enlarged the base of subscribers to the NSSF. This is the context in which the forum is organized, in a context that is working on providing social justice, social equity, and also in line with the objectives of the United Nations. They are known as the SDGs. From my point of view as a member of the UMT, I'm going to talk about the working class because they are the ones who are the most affected by the challenges, who are affected by the shift and changes of the economic situation. Mr. President, despite all the gains that have been achieved by the working class because of their struggles and determination led by the UMT, the workers are still suffering within a system that is characterized by depriving a large portion of the people from their support because they are not actually members of the NSSF, or because, for example, they have not accumulated the necessary days required for that, and they do not benefit from a lot of services. The other element, which is the informal sector, which constitutes a large portion of the job market and deprives a lot of people from their right. In addition to that, unstable working contract and the increase in the gap between the private sector. Starting from this, and on the basis of what I have mentioned, I'm sorry, madam, it's only 3 minutes. There is nothing I can do. Mr. Alali Mohammed, the President of the Moroccan Council for Youth and Social Equity. First of all, he who does not thank people does not thank Allah. I would like to thank the House of Councillors actually for extending his invitation, their invitation to me, and thank you very much for being here. I have a lot of questions regarding social protection. The first one related to direct support or for people in need. Don't you think that you need to reconsider the criteria in order to dedicate support, especially that there are a lot of poor families who are not benefiting from it? I believe at the same time that we should increase the amount, keeping in mind that the prices of products have increased. If There are, for example, a lot of categories that can benefit from job loss. There is another category that hasn't found a job yet. I believe that the implementation of the social protection under the directives of His Majesty is going well so far, but the unemployed doctors or doctorate is still an issue. Don't you believe that this issue needs a certain solution? Don't you believe that the state should benefit from these people, that it has spent money on their training? Another question related to people with disabilities. Lately, a law has been issued about the people who are or who suffer from a disability, but it was only limited to the regions of Rabat, Salah, and Kenitra. I believe that in the framework of implementing regionalization, wouldn't it be better to launch this initiative in all the regions to allow all the regions to benefit equally? Thank you very much. Let's turn to the left.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would love to thank the House of Councillors in partnership with the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council. I am the representative of the UMT, and through the representations given to us from different speakers, from different experts, I noticed that there is a difference among figures and numbers presented today. So the representative of the government presented us with certain numbers and figures, and the representative of the Social, Economic, Environment and Council presented other numbers. And we wanted, of course, to have the Ministry of Health. They are absent today, but I think they are part and parcel of this forum. So I have a number of points that I would like to highlight here. With regard to digitalization and the companies in charge of digitalizing the service, of course, we have foreign companies here. And how are we going to trust them, giving them data of Moroccan citizens, and they are foreign companies? And another point regarding inflation. So we have some pharmaceutical drugs. They are very expensive, and they are made by foreign companies, and those pharmaceutical products are very expensive. How are the Moroccan citizens going to afford these citizens? In addition to this, another point, we have to annul, we have to cancel the closed rights, or how we say in French, les droits fermés. And I think this is going to be very important if we could eliminate or cancel the closed rights. And unfortunately, the government is not taking this into account. Another point that is bright and important regarding the companies that provide or that manufacture cigarettes and alcoholic products. So those products harm the health of people and citizens, and they cause cancers, and therefore the companies should be responsible for the cancers they cause, and I think they should pay the fund in order to care for other people. And another point also in this regard, the private companies, the mutual insurance companies, they are or they should be included in this regard. And thank you. And now I give the floor to you, sir. In the name of Allah, I thank the presidency of the House of Councillors and also the Council of or the Social and Economic and Environmental Council. This topic is an important topic that we have talked about today. Everybody knows that the legal reference of this topic is the 31st article of the Constitution that talks about social protection, providing decent housing, quality education, equal opportunities. In addition to this article, we have another reference, namely royal discourses and statements, last of which October the 9th, 2023, which His Majesty talked about 4 pillars. The generalization of health coverage, family allowances, expand membership of pension schemes, compensation for loss of employment. Here, Mr. President, I would like to shed light on the importance of generalization term. When we hear the term of generalization, we understand that everybody is going to benefit from this system. But based on what a number of experts and speakers said today, they all agreed that there are challenges and problems in the face of the implementation of the generalization of social protection. In addition to this, Mr. President, as the President of the Council of Human Rights and also other speakers, they said that there is a difference between people or different regions, like we have different regions and different people, and they don't benefit from the social protection the same way. So I believe that this is also another important to raise, particularly that if we want to ensure and achieve a social state, we have to provide all citizens with good health services, good education, and other things. And however, the question that I would like to ask, are we done with other issues to talk about employment? Because employment was not mentioned here. And also we face a problem of the budget deficiency. So the implementation of this project requires a big budget. So how are we going to manage? How are we going to mobilize enough funding and enough finance to implement this project? Because the statistics and the stakeholders say that by 2028 the project should be completely implemented. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for inviting me to participate. The first point that I would like to mention is how to deal with the debts or the unpaid contribution of self-employed people. The second question, to what extent the medical reforms, to what extent it succeeded in providing all citizens so with health care services. In addition to this, we have now employees. They are faced with the difficulty of closed rights or les droits fermés, and this is due to the employer who did not pay for their employees. So how are we going to deal with this? And also another point that is problematic, which is related to occupational diseases and work accidents. Thank you. You were brief and focused. I'm Nahli from Sharia faculty in FAS. I believe that what is common among all the speakers, all the experts here, and I would like to thank them for their contributions. I believe that what is common among all the statements is the problem of financing, and that's why I would like you, Mr. President, to encourage the Finance Ministry to make an annual report to talk about the budget that is to be dedicated to the implementation of the social protection project. And thank you very much. Thank you for being focused as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Hassan Yakanobi. I'm a member of the House of Councillors representing Tafilent Dar'a region. I am here going to talk about the problems we face there, especially the people in the region living and working in informal sector. We noticed a contradiction that the state encourages the establishment of cooperatives and income generating activities, but at the same time the people members of these cooperatives and these initiatives, they face problems with regard to social protection. Last year, for example, they received a message from the National Social Security Fund to pay their contributions, but they don't know, they don't have the necessary means to do that. What we know as politicians, we know that before implementing a project, the people should be aware of the project, because the majority of the citizens now, they don't know what we mean by social protection or social security. So we need to raise awareness for the benefit of all citizens in a way that would urge and encourage all people, all citizens to benefit from this project. Without raising awareness, I believe that we will never succeed in implementing any social protection project. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Hisham Aydara from the UMT. I would love to talk about some practical problems faced by self-employed and independent people who practice free jobs, especially with regard to compulsory medical insurance. In this regard, we noticed a number of problems, amongst which the registration of those people to the compulsory medical insurance, and they face a lot of problems because the way dedicated or listed by the relevant framework law is flawed, especially with regard to the voluntary registration, especially for those people who are self-employed and independent. And this is due to the weakness of communicative campaigns by which we can explain to people how to register and how to subscribe to this project. Also, the registration by the National Social Security Fund, the competent body here. So the relevant law obliged this body to subscribe and to register everybody who meets the eligibility conditions for compulsory medical insurance, and who have, of course, those people who have the eligibility to benefit from this. This created a kind of a confusion among a category, and they found out that some people benefited from the compulsory medical insurance while they were not eligible to benefit from this. And this comes, this requires us to monitor, to follow up the procedure. So we have to take into account this in order to include and to enlarge the base of the beneficiaries. And thank you. Thank you all for your statements. And now I open the floor for discussions. I give you now the floor for 7 minutes.
at the outset, just some of the interventions that and I thank you, first of all, what we call by closed right, or les droits arrêtés in French, which causes a lot of criticism for the actually the fund. It is due to the non-payment of subscriptions or contributions according to the law. If the contributions are not paid, according to Article 1213, law number 5006, these rights should be closed. But the people who are actually in very dire situations, are they supposed to pay instantly, or they should have paid, for example, or should we, for example, exempt them from instant paid, and should they benefit from that? Because they should go through a 3-month period of treatment of their documentation. I believe that we should reconsider, especially that we say in law 0500 that there are some exceptions that have not been covered by the law yet. For the protection of personal data, we can say that the NSS fund is treating a large number of files. We are talking about 100 files on daily basis. This is very sensitive because Morocco has become an active member in the body of the protection of personal data. We have to receive, for example, permission or permit in order to treat certain documents, in order to have certain permits, and the pre-consent of the individuals. I believe this is related to multiple element and multiple programs, especially that we are saying that the NSS fund is actually delegating its duties to public or private parties, and I believe we should insist on the secrecy of information in the contract and during the evaluation phase of the work done by these companies, the pensions, the evaluation of pensions, and the increase of the social support. All these elements are related to indicators, economic indicators, that cannot be explained at the moment. For the collection, we said that the self-employed workers and the AMO system beneficiaries can cause certain problems. So the first one is the non-payment of the contributions, and I believe this is a national responsibility because the finance of the system is limited directly to the contributions and to the state contribution. Eventually, the state has decided certain exemptions until the end of last April for the exemption of the previous debt. But we cannot, for example, let the government exempt people over and over and over because it's going to create imbalances. The raising of awareness, as it was mentioned by the speaker, it is very important, especially while collecting the contributions, because there are certain professionals who are not willing to be part of this system because the majority of the people are saying that as long as we are healthy, we do not need to be part of this system. Here comes the role of the media in raising awareness of the importance of being enrolled and part of an insurance system and to enlarge the base of social protection. Thank you very much, Mr. Tariq, and I would like to thank all the speakers for their valuable contributions and comment. And with this, I believe we have come to the end of this session, and I hereby announce the end of this session, and we move directly to the final session that will be headed and presided by the President of the House of Councillors, and it will include the presentation of the forum's conclusions and recommendations and the reading of the message of loyalty and allegiance addressed to His Majesty King Mohammed VI. The floor is yours, sir.
Bismillah.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, peace and praise be on the Prophet, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We reach the end of the forum, the 9th International Forum of Social Justice, on social justice, after a whole day of rich speeches and rich interventions, which have insisted all on making the generalization of the social justice compulsory in Morocco. And I would like to seize the moment to thank all the speakers, all those who have presented their interventions, because they have enriched this forum with their rational and important interventions, and they have shed light on the importance of the social justice as a mean to achieve equity and solidarity. And I would like to also thank them for enriching the dialogue related to our system of social protection. And due to the interventions of the speakers and the interactions of the participants, we have been able to come up with recommendations that aims to identify the necessary element to strengthen our system of health care, which will be part of our example of social justice. These recommendations are going to be as follows, and it will be read by the expert, Mr. Khalid Ben Ali. The final document of the International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, 17th of February 2025. The participant of social justice organized under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may Allah assist him, by the House of Councillors in partnership with the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, under on the 17th of February in 2025, under the theme, the generalization of social protection in Morocco, a development vision with international standards. They commend the effort of the House of Councillors in their work and effort to enhance and promote the roles of of the House of Councillors, especially in terms of ending poverty, social justice, active work, proper working conditions, equality between the two genders, and achieving social justice for all, as it has been adopted by the International Parliament. In many of its decisions, the House is seeking to work hand in hand with other institutions in order to provide the necessary element supposed to exist in this institution in harmony with the obligations set by the Constitution. Keeping in mind the Constitution, especially Articles 6, 8, 14, 15, 19, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, Articles 36, 77, Item 1, 118, 133, 136, 137, 154, 156, 170, and 59 of the Constitution. The International Declaration on Human Rights, the instruments of the United Nations related to human rights, including the International Agreement to End All Forms of Discrimination and the International Convention to End Discrimination Against Women, the human right, the children's rights, and the Convention to End Discrimination Against Workers, the Convention on People with Disabilities, and General Assembly's decision number 6210 in November 2010, which has dedicated the 22 February as the International Day of Social Justice, the declaration of the ILO for a just globalization, which is related to the General Assembly's decision 199 in 2008, and also the other international conventions about the criteria of social flows recommendations, especially Social Protection Flows Recommendations number 202, the SDGs of the United Nations, especially the ones related to social protection and health, which are in line with the United Nations plan titled Changing Our World, the General Assembly of the International Parliament on Social Justice. All of the previous are guidance, in addition also to the directives of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, which are related to social protection and social justice, especially His Majesty's call during his discourse in front of the MPs on the occasion of the opening of the previous year, between brackets, I quote, to give priority to rationalizing the system of social support and allow citizens to benefit from sustainable financial elements and cover all the classes of society in order to allow these systems to be evaluated continuously, end of quote. This is the end of the speech of His Majesty. We take into consideration the 2025 roadmap, especially the elements related to social protection, recommendations of the Committee on the New Developmental Model, especially the ones related to human capital, achieving social justice, in strengthening the healthcare system in Morocco, and providing proper livelihoods for the citizens, males and females, and taking advantage of the cultural element of our country, especially taking into consideration the social, economic, and environmental council, the High Council of Education, the High Committee of Planning, taking into consideration the national initiatives. We commend the engagement of the Kingdom of Morocco in the international movement led by the United Nations and the ILO in order to strengthen programs of social protection and under the international law. The government is required to respect the previous agenda that has been decided upon by implementing the social protection element, drafting new laws, especially Law 91/29 related to social protection, which was drafted on the basis of international commitment. We renew our stress that we should build on the previous forums related to social justice, especially the ones that are still current, and especially the ones related to and insist on the economic development, social equity, and sustainable development. We believe that these are goals and objectives that are linked to each other. Strong societies come from strong individuals. Strong states come from strong found pillars of social justice and strong relation between the state and the citizens. We believe that the interactions between human capital and the state are very important to improve the quality of life of individuals. This quality of life that cannot be improved without social justice that makes in economic, social, and environmental sustainability at the heart of each development program that could be reflected by all these the individuals in charge. The guaranteeing of vulnerable individuals, children, youth, elderly people, and people with disabilities by dedicating certain programs that targets them, and this should be a priority for the Moroccan example for development. The reform of the Moroccan health system is a very important condition in order to achieve sustainable development in all its aspects, especially economic, social, and environmental aspects. The social protection has become a very important tool to capitalize on the human capital and to enhance the rights of individuals and to keep the social bond between individuals. It is an element that is used to have an effect also on economic growth and on coherence and social sustainability. Producing policies that are related to the quality of life is the solution to many problems, especially health problems faced by the citizens. The general and public policies in the fields of health, education, and employments, if efficient, can have a very important effect on the long term, especially that each one of these categories complement the other, and in this way we can reach the sustainable development. The involvement of the stakeholders is a very important element in order to build a sustainable system for the social protection, in addition to civil society, which should be given the position that it deserves as a very important contributor to the creation of social justice. We confirm that the project of social justice is very important, and social protection is a means towards achieving social justice. The importance of reviewing the achievement of or related to social justice, and also deepen the discussions related to it in order to go forward and take this strong investment. This could be an important element to enhance social collaboration. We have to adopt an proactive tool in order to face the future challenges, especially the ones related to simplifying the administrative processes, digitalization of the systems, and enhance good governance. At the same time, unifying the systems and the other measures in order to allow the citizens to benefit from social protection, family compensations, and social support. The importance of reforming the healthcare system and creating the financial solutions that can guarantee the implementation of the set programs and providing the legislative arsenal in order to accompany law number 29, learning from the experiences of other countries, especially in terms of logistics, in order to fill the gap that we suffer from, especially in terms of good governance, creating or making the structural reforms necessary in order to adapt our systems to the international ones. We have to put in the focal point the human element, be it a human and not just a tool. It is we make it a human that needs dignity before all, adopting new approaches regarding development, especially facing shocks and turmoils to guarantee a proper life for all social classes and make the comfort of the individuals, one of our main objectives. Collaboration and coherence between between the governmental initiatives, instead of dedicating social missions to certain ministries, creating a center of research that has a mission to study the needs and the requirement of the Moroccans that can affect the quality of life of Moroccans, working on a Moroccan and national memorandum of understanding between the private and the public sector to work together within a holistic approach that seeks to work together for a proper life that is based on social values, adopting a national strategy for preventive health that is based on cooperation between different sectors and focuses on different social, economic, and environmental elements, in addition to digitalization elements, providing or establishing a new system to improve the educational system, to enable it to grant the individuals all the tools necessary to improve themselves and society, in addition to humanity as a whole. By that, we are making the individual not just an active member in the economy, but an active member in the creation of a proper society that guarantees the right and the culture of the country, and at the same time open to other cultures and universal values. This leads us to call for the adoption for a national charter for social work that guarantees the involvement of all the associations and individuals working in social works. We have to review the needs of the vulnerable people who suffer from vulnerability, in order to dedicate and to identify their needs and adopt the legislative arsenal in order to manage and to organize the institutions responsible for the management of the social element. We have to work on standardization with international criteria, fighting improper conditions or work conditions. We facilitate enhancing the digital element of the systems in order to guarantee the inclusion of everyone, focusing on transparency and guaranteeing that these social funds are working in a transparent way in order to provide the proper finance for programs of social protection, providing flexible financing tools that is adopted to the nature of each sector, and providing at the same time taxation, flexible taxation systems to finance these projects, also raising the awareness of the people about their social rights, using the media in order to spread this awareness, and also working on the agreement signed by our the agreement signed by our nation in order to guarantee the rights of individuals and to respect the international standards of human rights, separating these different systems from the taxation systems and creating a certain legislative and judicial system that should work on these elements of social justice. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ben Ali. And I now give the floor to a member of the House of Councillors, Mr. Misawi, to read the loyalty and allegiance addressed to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God glorify him on the occasion of concluding the work of this forum. Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of Allah, a message of loyalty and allegiance addressed to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. on the occasion of concluding the ninth forum of International Parliament in Rabat, 17 February 2025. In order to enshrine the social protection in Morocco in line with the international standards, we, on behalf of the participants and all the excellencies, we are honored to address you, to send you a message of loyalty and allegiance to you, Your Majesty. This forum that was organized under the supervision of His Majesty was an opportunity for experts and for different speakers, different stakeholders to talk and to tackle the social protection program. And you addressed a message to the Parliament last year, the provisions in order to prioritize social protection programs and to make them effective, and also to make them sustainable and mobilize all the sources, financial sources, and also to put forward an ad hoc mechanism for monitoring and follow-up in order to make it more sustainable and stronger. The work of this forum that was organized by the House of Councillors in partnership with the Economic, Social, Environmental Council that witnessed the participation of members of parliaments, members of the government, presidents of territorial collectivities, members of professional chambers of the parliament, representatives of political parties, representatives of trade unions, president of international and national institutions, in addition to academics and experts who worked together in putting forward the recommendations in order to promote and implement the social protection programs in a way that would enshrine and promote all aspects of social state. The conclusion of this forum emphasized particularly the importance of generalizing social protection projects as a leverage, an important leverage to ensure spatial and social state and social justice, the importance of the necessary and appropriate approach in order to improve and enhance the services and streamlining the administrative measures to enable all people to benefit from the systems, in addition to unifying all the system into one system so as to promote or to increase the citizens to benefit from this system or this project. Coming up with financial solutions to improve and to implement the provisions of the law relevant to social protection, the importance of assessing public policies, and also to hold a dialogue about best practices in order to continue working, implementing this big project which capitalize on human resources and ensure dignity for all citizens. The importance of learning from comparable experiences so as to fill in the gap with regard to the quality of services, the kind of governance, in addition to the necessary structural projects that are needed in order to align this project with international standards. Your Majesty, now at the end of this event, we are working tirelessly in order to include the compensation for lost employment and work accidents in this big project, and this is of course to align this project with international conventions, adopting a social framework that would be the foundation of all institutions to improve the well-being of all society segments while taking into account vulnerable families, so as to make the society more equitable and more fair for all citizens, adopting 20-year strategy that would be based on cooperation and coordination among all stakeholders and institutions to focus on the cultural, social, and economic rights, in addition to adopting a national charter that would focus on the importance of partnership between the private and the public sector within an integrated approach, aiming to create a state of well-being for everybody, putting forward an insurance system that would cater for everybody, and putting forward simple measures to enable everybody to benefit from this. The Council will be faithful to this project in order to exchange ideas and to have this constructive and responsible dialogue, so as to continue working together to enshrine the social states. May Allah protect you, and may Allah provide you health and support, and may He accompany you in your noble steps, and may Allah also protect the Crown Prince, His Highness Hassan, and may Allah protect the royal family. May the peace and blessings be upon you and the royal family. Thank you very much. Mohammed Wald Rashid, the President of the House of Councillors, issued on February 17th, 2025, and thank you very much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our agenda, the agenda of the 9th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice on the theme of social protection, and now call this session finished.